freedom. Obsessions always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention, you never will. I will overanalyze and fall victim. But then I'm lower, it's time to get to know myself. I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will. 'Cause you depend, so you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. Just wanna be free, yeah, free, yeah, free, yeah, Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you?
be tempted. Yo! What's up? What's up?
Take no time to underestimate yourself. I'm still looking for something
Pure and sweet, I found it.
Yeah, I'm a stranger when
I'm always well.
Don't you ever notice I run in place and you stand still?
Conversations
Always give me
into these situations again.
because
I might be tempted. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with everything. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with everything but me.
complications always get me.
So let's go! Although I'm kind of in love with me now too. I'm a different man than when I wrote this song.
Because I might be tempted.
I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with everything. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with everything but me, yeah, but me, yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go. Dude, let's go.
Whatever relation they had being outed. And
What the hell was
it's
that?
just really, really insane to be able to say that we live in a country that is covering up.
Dude, what are we watching? I have something. There is something, a channel somewhere that is playing. Dude, what the fuck was that? Dude, let's get this party started, Ella! Hold on, I gotta find where that's coming from, dude. Dude, there's a window somewhere playing something. I have a couple like Instagram and Thread like things open. Where is, Oh, I know where it is. It's in the Epstein tab. I found it. It was from that Blair White interview. Okay, so, dude, you ready? So check this out. All right, because let me get this going because I have some. I don't know. We're gonna look at some Epstein backstory. Because so yesterday. We looked at that Blair White interview, right? Remember with the Juliet Bryant, okay? The woman who said she was a shapeshifter, okay? Remember this woman? So here's what's interesting, guys, okay? Is like I did a little research last night because we've had people talking about Juliet Bryant. We've had people talking about Sasha Riley. There's like some survivors coming forward that people are wondering about. Yes, she is the shapeshifter one, guys. Okay, now it gets crazier though with Juliet Bryant. I'm telling you, I may actually have Juliet Bryant on the show. I may actually talk to her because I'm intrigued. Okay, because so. The shapeshifter stuff is way out there, but here's what I discovered in my little rabbit hole, okay? Because I went down a rabbit hole of looking at Juliet Bryant. And first off, she did work with the same lawyer that Virginia Giuffre did to get a settlement. Okay. So it really does, like, I'm looking at her lawsuit now. Her lawsuit is, where's her lawsuit? Hold on. Her lawsuit is, I thought I had it. Maybe I don't. Maybe I just downloaded it. Yes, I downloaded it. But I am looking at her lawsuit. Okay, I'm looking at her lawsuit now. And again, I have more to investigate. But here's the thing that I discovered, okay, that she led me to. Because first off, she has some crazy claims. One of her claims was the shapeshifter stuff, which is out there. There's no doubt that that is out there. But she had another claim of being medically tested on, okay? She claimed to have gone and been taken to Epstein's Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. That is where Annie Farmer was abused. And so Juliette Bryant claimed that she was medically tested there, that Epstein was trying to like harvest eggs or some shit like that. And now there is some background of Epstein having some very unusual ideas about wanting to like populate the earth. Okay, so crazy claims aside, okay, let's just forget about Juliette's claims for the moment. Okay, yeah, she claimed that they were harvesting her eggs. Okay, so aside from her claims, this is where it gets weird. He had the dentist room on the island. But you ready for this, guys? You ready to be blown away? Just bear with me here, because I did go down a rabbit hole. Okay, so let me show you Zorro Ranch. Okay, let me just show you the ranch in New Mexico. Okay, here's the property that Epstein had in New Mexico, where multiple women were abused, multiple young women and girls. Okay, there's the ranch. All right, it's got a weird looking crop circle target thing. You ready for this, guys? You ready? I'm going to blow your mind. Nobody ever searched this ranch. Nobody. This property never got searched. Ever. Okay? The local police, the state police, were going to execute a search warrant on Zorro Ranch. And this was during the first Trump admin. And Trump's FBI shut it down. They said, no. We're taking precedence here. We're going to commandeer the ranch. They never searched it. The FBI never searched it. It got sold to unknown owners in 2023. It sat dormant for 4 years, guarded by Epstein's goons. Okay? There was no search executed by local, state, or federal police. Nobody. They never went to it. Okay, now, a lot of women had said that there were underground surveillance rooms. Okay, like even Annie and Maria Farmer said underneath this, there's like huge rooms, like massive house-sized rooms with surveillance cameras and all kinds of shit. Presumably the computers that disappeared from Palm Beach, maybe they ended up here. But this thing never got sold. Never got searched. They never searched it. They searched Palm Beach. They searched New York. France did a search of his Paris apartment. They certainly searched on the island, but they never, ever went in this place. And Trump's admin, his DOJ, prevented the local and state police from searching it. It sat dormant for 4 years. And then in 2023, it got sold to a trust and to unknown anonymous owners. And so nobody even knows who owns it now. Isn't that insane, guys? That's fucking insane. Because like during the rabbit hole I went down yesterday, I just realized that the cover up of this is so beyond deep, guys. The level of cover up here is just staggering. And it all centers around Donald Trump. Okay? You ready for this? I mean, the staggering level of cover-up here is unbelievable, guys. Okay? Let me just show you. Let me just show you here. There is, let me see if I saved the tweet. I think I liked it, but all right, no, let me see here. Let me search it. I'll find it. Yeah. Okay. So dude. Oh, where's the fucking tweet, bro? No, I'm not finding it now. God damn it. Did I bookmark it? Maybe I bookmarked it. I did not. Okay. So like in a nutshell, guys, okay? Maybe we'll just find something else. 37 people. Okay? 37 people in the files right now. 37 are working for Trump. Okay? Dude, 37 people that work for Trump right now that are part of the Trump administration currently are in these Epstein files. 37. It is insane, okay? And it runs the gamut, guys. It runs the gamut of, billionaires, heads of agencies, his cabinet members. It's like funders. It is unreal that like everybody, okay? You know what I'm saying? You ready? Oh, there's the tweet. It was Adam. I found the tweet. You ready? From Adam Corcoran. Cochran. Right here. You ready? Here it is. Here's the tweet. I found it. It led me there. Ready? Watch this. This is insane. Okay? This is like the odds. Okay? Watch this. Right here. If you draw the names of 1 million Americans, you ready? A little statistical probability here, guys. If you went through and you drew the names of 1 million Americans randomly out of a hat, the odds of one of those 1 million polls being in the Epstein files is 0.299%, 0.3%, okay? 0.3% chance of a million draws. 37 of Trump's inner circle and his administration are in there. That's like 100 people, okay? You have a 0.3% chance out of a million people of somebody, the probability. And in Trump's group of 100 people, 37, almost 40% of them are in these files. It is insane. It is just insane, the level of them. And today, it was like mind-blowing how crazy deep this was. You're in Reno for a month for work. Where should I go? You're in Reno for a month for work. Where should you go? I don't know, Laser. Dude, let's find Laser some good spots in Reno. There used to be a martini bar there called the Satellite Lounge that I played at, but that was 20 years ago. I don't know if it's still there. Bradshaw said the Bunny Ranch. I mean, Yeah, that could be interesting. Dude, the casinos you got to go take a look at for sure. But yeah, isn't that wild? 37 are in Trump's things. Okay, 37 of them. And dude, it like some of the major ones obviously are Trump, Lutnick, RFK Jr., right? The other people were in there, like, you know, you got Bill Barr, you've got fucking Barry Weiss is in there. Barry Weiss of CBS, dude. Isn't that crazy? Right? Right? Barry Weiss is in there. This is some wild shit, guys. Today's like getting deep. Yeah, the odds for 338 million, not a lot. This is pure insanity. Okay, look at this. Epstein was friends with Barry Weiss's wife, Nellie Bowles. Okay, right? And dude, isn't this crazy? Right? Here we got Nellie and Epstein communicating. This is back in 2018. This is years, okay, years after he was arrested. And at the time that like everybody had been talking to him, you know, talking about him after the Trump campaign. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that wild? Right? And look at this. A contributor Barry Weiss hired at CBS News emailed Epstein about a fresh shipment, said, you know, P is low carb. And the biggest problem about becoming friends with you, the life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Okay? Isn't this wild? This is, who is this? Right? This is Peter Adia, right? Peter Adia fucking, you know, yucking it up with Jeffrey Epstein with some sexual female references, right? And Epstein and, of course, Nellie Bowles, right, are like partner here. And then obviously in the one where they talk about their partner, okay, hold on one sec. Dude, stop stupidity! Please, stop it. Please, for the love of God, stop the stupidity. So, right, when we go back here and I mean, there's no depth here, right? Look at this. You ready? So how did it go? Introducing your partner to mom. Even better than a good equals than a good career move. So the partner, that's Barry that Epstein is referring to. And I missed this. I just figured out who you are. It actually went great. How's New York? Which price is trying to buy the house today? And when are you and your babe back in New York City? Okay. So like there's a familiarity there. Okay. And yes, the thing that is wild about this, guys, is we have to ask ourselves at this point, we have to ask ourselves, like MAGA should be asking themselves, why is everyone in the Trump orbit in these files? All right, you go back to his first term, Bolton, Bannon, William Barr's father was the dude who hired Epstein with no teaching credentials to teach at the Dalton School, right? All of these guys. Alex Acosta, his labor secretary, was the guy who gave him the immunity deal. I mean, Trump was a central figure down in Palm Beach. I mean, even in this administration, RFK, all these people, everybody in his administration, you know, Barry Weiss getting elevated to CBS, you know, Larry Ellison, all of these people are in there. Fucking everybody, Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, you know, Ehud Barak, like you go through everybody in the Trump orbit. And like 95% of the people in Trump's orbit are connected to Epstein, Dershowitz, the whole 9 yards, everywhere. Todd Blanche, is his personal lawyer giving, Ghislaine Maxwell deals. He was chummy with Ghislaine. He knew her father. He was besties with Epstein. It is like insane, the connections here. There is literally, you ready for this? There is literally no human being more in the center of the Epstein story, in the center of the eye of the hurricane, where all of their associates are connected to this thing. There is nobody more connected to this thing than Donald Trump. And yet, he and his cult have somehow convinced themselves that he is not implicated at all, even though everybody he hires is part of this Epstein-like network. It is crazy. It is literally, I know that we know, Allie, but I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about how can his cult let this go? How can they be so blinded that they're looking at this and like, you know what I mean? Like guys, if I knew somebody who was in the Epstein files, it would be one thing. I'd be real curious about what they're fucking doing in there. But if I had a friend who was in the files and every one of that friends were in the files and there was all kinds of shit that didn't add up about this, I would be like, bro, you need to fucking explain all of this shit. Like, I need a group explanation here. But these guys are so, they are so, brainwashed. Dude, it is pissing me off, boss. It is like they are living in a land of complete and utter non-reality. Okay? So Bari Weiss, yeah, I'll be honest, I did not know that Bari Weiss was a lesbian either, but, hey man, good for her. Okay? But there are several people involved, okay, connected to Bari and Nelly, right? There's multiple messages. Jeff, look at this one. Giuffre will be in New York tomorrow and Wednesday. Might you be around, be available to come meet him? Masha believes you will both enjoy each other's company. Okay, so they they got introduced to each other. He loves the uneducated. He certainly does, doesn't he? Dude, it is crazy. This stuff is it is just batshit. And the revelations today, okay, the revelations today are crazy. Okay, so Bari Weiss's wife, close friend in 2018. Okay, Weiss has long been accused of having ties to Jewish and Israeli intelligence agents. Okay, obviously Weiss is part of the Larry Ellison cult now. Larry Ellison is like this super Zionist guy. There are connections to, previous Israeli intelligence with both, Ghislaine Maxwell's father and Donald Trump, one step removed from Trump. He's connected to people that are heavily connected to that. Obviously, Ehud Barak was part of this thing, and he's connected to Netanyahu. He was Netanyahu's defense minister. So, this shit is crazy, okay? And so there's Bari and Nelly, and there's, of course, Epstein, right? Nelly's good buddy back in 2018. So this shit is wild, okay? Now, man, this shit is wild. Now, guys, it gets even crazier, okay? When it comes up with this stuff right here, dude. Right here, okay? This is where my mind just exploded. Now, I am not a super expert on this, but 4chan, okay? And, 4chan is where QAnon propagated, Okay. So there was a board, there was a bulletin board, I believe, that was like, you know, right? It was this like politically incorrect, okay, is a bulletin board, an image board on 4chan. 4chan was founded by this Christopher Poole guy, okay? And so basically what they discovered here is that Chris Poole knew Jeffrey Epstein, okay? So the guy who created 4chan was connected to Jeffrey Epstein. And there is like a possibility that the politically incorrect, you know, message board, the politically incorrect board that was opened up on 4chan was opened up after Chris Poole met with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, this is in the early stages of being looked at. And obviously, like I said, Jenny is downloading all this shit. Everybody else is scrambling for this. There's like millions of documents. It's going to take several weeks for us to even get all these documents offloaded because they made, you know, data sets 9, 10, and 11. You can't just download a zip. You have to download them by hand. But the implications of this, guys, if we think about this, the implications of this are that, let me see if I saved the other one. I did not. Okay. So let me go to oh fuck, bro. What is hold on. Dude, why can't I can't remember June's fucking handle on oh, let me see. Oh fuck, bro. Hold on. Give me a sec here. All right. All right, hold on here. Let me find. So anyway, the implications of that, okay, are, hold on one sec here. Dude, this shit, like, what a crazy day, dude. I feel like everything here is blowing up. You know what I'm saying? Dude, I'm so fucking 3 million. Yeah, no, I know. You keep getting banned from Twitter. Why do you get banned from Twitter? How do you get banned from Twitter? Dude, you got to do some crazy shit to get banned from Twitter. Okay, here we go. Here, let me find this shit. Give me a break. Give me 1 sec here. Oh, there we go. Um, There, I found it. I found it. Okay. I couldn't remember her. Couldn't remember her onion person. That's what it is. All right. I couldn't remember Juniper's handle on Twitter. Okay. Now we're finding it. All right. So this is crazy. Okay. Because some of this shit is like beyond outrageous. Okay. Like even in some of the new documents, okay, that like what Jenny said, there are still, guys, there are documents that are coming out. There are documents that are coming out, guys, that are entirely redacted. Okay. So to start here, when we look at what's going on, the only thing that is supposed to be redacted are victim names, period. You have victims, their names should be redacted. Maybe identifying information, like if it says the name of their workplace or the name of their boyfriend, that would be redacted. But there is no reason whatsoever that you should have an entire page of any of this stuff being redacted. And to this day, okay, they are putting forth entire documents with full blacked out pages. Okay? Full blacked out pages. And it's not even like one, it is like a lot of this stuff. Like probably 10% of everything they've released. Okay? Right? And it is like mind melding because they're also supposed to explain the contextual basis for every one of their redactions. And they're not doing that either. Okay. They're doing like this whole thing is just a con job. Again, being handled by Trump's personal attorney, Todd Blanche. Dude, we are in deep. But right here, okay, so the same day, it looks like that moot Christopher Poole, it looks like Christopher Poole meets Jeffrey Epstein, and then he goes and starts the politically incorrect 4chan image board, right, the messaging board, and then he continues a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein afterwards, okay, right? And again, it's that Boris guy who I believe is the intermediary between Kimball Musk and Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not sure what the Boris guy is, but it was launched on October 23rd of 2011. Okay. And these guys had met. So now the implications of this, guys, okay, the implications of this are, okay, no, it's Boris. It's the Boris guy is, it is, Boris, he's got like a, let me see here. Maybe it's not the same guy. It may not have been a guy, Kimball Musk email. I may be misremembering this. Yeah, no, it's Boris, right? It is Boris Nikolic, right? Nikolic. Okay, which is some other guy who is a Epstein like intermediary. He's like connected to Epstein. He was on some of these group threads. Okay. This guy is somehow connected to this shit. All right. I did not know that Epstein was banned from Xbox. I didn't know that. I mean, it makes sense though. So let me just dig into this here, okay? Because 4chan is like the message board where all of this QAnon stuff happens, okay? Right? The 4chan QAnon connection. Okay? If you look at, right, QAnon is this political conspiracy theory shit that rises up, and these guys are definitely, right, QAnon started on 4chan, okay? QAnon started on 4chan. That's where it began, okay? Now, QAnon is that crazy conspiracy theory, okay? Now, the implications of this, guys, okay, of this meeting of Chris Moot Poole and Jeffrey Epstein back in 2011, the implications of this, guys, are that Jeffrey Epstein and, this Chris Poole and whomever else is involved in this thing created the message board 4chan, which created Gamergate, which became the launching place for QAnon, which became the launching place for the pedophile conspiracy theories directed at Democrats, Hillary Clinton, et cetera, Pizzagate, all this shit. That all of that was actually engineered and created by a pedophile cult starring Donald Trump and Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein and everybody in the Trump administration and circle, okay? So, like, the entire conspiracy, I mean, there are implications that the entire conspiracy theory base of the MAGA movement was engineered by the actual pedophile cult. And I mean, guys, this is shit that after Trump was elected, this stuff became big. Like QAnon came up after Trump got elected. So what's wild about this is how deep and connected this shit is, that the entire MAGA movement, the entire MAGA conspiracy, fucking the entire MAGA conspiracy movement, it may very well be an offshoot of this Epstein pedophile cult. Okay. And so this shit is outrageous. So guys, let me just say, all the guys that are in there, when you're saying Epstein's getting banned from Roblox or Epstein's getting banned from Xbox, I need to see links. Okay, put the links in the Discord, right? I want to see where you're getting that information, because I'm starting to see a lot of people in chat saying Epstein did this and Epstein did that, but I would like to see the links of where you're getting this information. I am no longer accepting secondhand info anymore. This shit is too crazy. It is. There's too much going on. There is misinformation upon misinformation upon misinformation. And Dushan, this isn't about Democrats or Republicans, okay? That's not what this is about. I don't think this is a political thing. I mean, Donald Trump was a Democrat. You know what I'm saying? So this isn't about political party. I mean, now it seems to be ensconced in a political party because the ringleader Trump is part of the Republican Party power structure. So now it has become politicized in the way that it's being ignored. But I don't think this has anything to do with Republican and Democrat. This has to do with deviant sexuality and power. Okay. And I think it has some to do with the international surveillance state. Okay. Right. It is like a Christian Zionist international surveillance state, sort of technocrat, power, wealthy, sex deviancy thing This is crosses all political like boundaries and lines. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there are oodles of Democrats and oodles of Republicans. The thing that's concerning now, guys, is the politicization of it. Okay, the politicization of it is now coming from the Republican power structure. Okay. And that's not saying that there's not Democrats that are being mute about this and trying to like stay out of the line of fire, because there are. And there are certainly some Democrats like 𝗙𝗵𝗹𝗪 who were even using, you know, Donald Trump, like Jeffrey Epstein's knowledge of Donald Trump. They were using, you know, because he was a big businessman in the Virgin Islands and she's a rep from the Virgin Islands. And so his money most certainly keeps Virgin Island politics going. You had people like 𝗙𝗵𝗹𝗪 using Jeffrey Epstein during the hearing. And there's all kinds of shit. Some of it is about the, you know, the pedo cult. Some of it is just about his money and his influence. Some of it is about, you know, connections to Israel and to the surveillance states in Africa and the Middle East. I mean, it is like deep, deep, deep shit, right? And not all of them are like sex abusers. But what is happening now is the actual central power of the Republican Party has now like taken this on. Like the cover up of this has been politicized by the power structure, the entire establishment GOP, which is Trump and Lindsey Graham and you know, so on and so forth, Trump's cabinet, all these billionaire donors. I mean, Fox News, right? This has become like the cover up. I feel like it has become a Republican thing, even though the people involved in this thing are across all party lines. I mean, Trump was a Democrat back when this was going on. You know, Trump's not even really a Republican. He's just a Republican because it's power and money. So yeah, this is wild. Okay. This is wild shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know, and I mean, dude, yeah, this is some crazy shit, guys. But the fact though that the fact that so much of the, you know, what we're dealing with, thank you for your integrity and standards. Let's go, James. Appreciate you, boss. The fact of the matter is this, guys, is what we are looking at. Again, Austin, like just throw a link in there. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to go. I mean, I can look it up after stream, right? Or you can throw a link like in the Discord, right? But you know, I can check it out later, but if you just put a link in the Discord, that's the easiest thing. Okay. So the thing about this that is disturbing to me is how so much of the MAGA, you can message it to a mod and they can post it here, or you can put a link in the Discord. Okay, Railyard did. So the MAGA movement is built on certain socially engineered PR campaigns, if you will, or social, you know, social messaging campaigns. And if we go back to the origin of this, right? One of them was Gamergate. Okay, Gamergate was a big one. Then was the rise of QAnon. Okay, conspiracy theories stuff, right? Then you started into their social messaging wars. The war on woke, right? There was, the war on Christmas, which never happened. The war on woke, right? Anti-wokeness. Then there was CRT, okay? Carefully crafted from Chris Rufo and the Manhattan Institute, right? The critical race theory. And then it moved to DEI, okay? And you had like the wokeness in there. Of course, there was, Pizzagate, but Pizzagate, I believe, guys, Pizzagate was a QAnon, I think, okay? That was, if you look at Pizzagate conspiracy theory, right? It was during the Trump election. I believe this shit was a QAnon, right? It is generally considered a predecessor to QAnon. So Pizzagate was like the start of the QAnon, right? But this stuff was Jack Posobiec and these other like information people. But guys, the fact that we're able to look at the modern Republican Heritage Foundation, Manhattan Institute think tank, social engineered elements of woke, DEI, CRT, right? And then you're able to rewind a little bit and go to QAnon, Pizzagate, rewind a little bit and go to Gamergate, rewind a little bit more, and everybody involved with those things, everybody at the root of that web, if you go to that center of that web, is like Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein and a host of other Donald Trump figures, okay? So not saying that Epstein engineered this shit. He's not like the mastermind who pulled all this off. What I'm saying is that Epstein and whatever, PSYOP he was involved in with his, cameras and blackmailing and whatever he held over all these wealthy people, he kept getting into these spaces. He kept becoming this central figure, even though he had no job. He didn't actually have a business. Like most people, they have a business. Elon Musk has SpaceX. He bought Tesla, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Les Wexner bought Victoria's Secret, had the Limited. You go to all these people, they had businesses, they had firms, they had like patents or some shit. Jeffrey Epstein had millions of dollars and he had nothing. He was just the guy that was, this central figure that everybody who had businesses, all these billionaire sex cult people were like revolving around him. And he didn't have a business. And yet he had endless money. He had endless influence. He had the ability to make a federal 56-page indictment just poof, disappear after he made a state case disappear, after he poof, overrid the entire Palm Beach Police Department, after he poof, like would get reported to the FBI for 10 years and nobody would follow up, after poof, right? Just like, you know what I'm saying? Everywhere Epstein went, he's controlling everyone around him, okay? And to think that him and the figures around him were commiserating on some of the psychological warfare that has become the entire MAGA movement and the far-right movement in America is wild, okay? Because one of the things, guys, that we have talked about on this channel endlessly, and it's coming from all the survivors, is the effectiveness of Jeffrey Epstein as a psychological warfare person. Jeffrey Epstein engaged in psychological warfare on his victims, like building them up and then breaking them down. Having, the old couple on the island that set them up. Having Ghislaine Maxwell, a woman of British aristocracy who made the girls feel safe and disarmed. And then he would do warfare with people of like keeping them entwined with him, keeping them doing his bidding, and, getting other public officials to do his bidding. I mean, he was just literally fucking, a person who was a high level of like chaos and you know, mental psyops that he was participating in on everyone in his inner circle, right? And so, guys, that shit is wild. That shit is wild to think that all this shit is connected, okay? Because up until this time, okay, we always thought that it was QAnon, and right, we thought it was these conspiracy theory people that were like finding Trump and finding MAGA, right? Right? That's the way we looked at it, is that there were these conspiracy people, Trump shows up and he like gives them a home. But what it's more looking like is that the conspiracy people and the conspiracy element of, you know, the right wing was created in lockstep with Donald Trump and in lockstep with the ginormous pedophile cult that Donald Trump is like right in the center of, okay? It's like mind-blowing, okay? Mind-blowing. It is crazy fucking shit, boss. You know what I'm saying? And when you have like to me, seeing people on Twitter, you know, like seeing people on Twitter like reacting to this, okay? You know what I'm saying? Is that like I had the same experience today, guys, where I felt like a certain part of reality is not even real. You know what I mean? Like what Giuffre says here, I cannot believe this. I feel insane seeing this and it being real. Everything is unreal. That was the experience I had today, guys, where today I was like, wait a second. Like this whole thing, this whole MAGA right-wing thing is like a giant con, okay? The whole thing is a con of projection, okay? Right? And yeah, we haven't even seen the good shit yet. We have not seen the good shit. We have not seen the deep shit. But the entire far-right movement in America right now is one ginormous projection of what the far-right Republican Trumpian, you know, Epstein cult, the Epstein-Bannon Trump cult, they're projecting their entire reality onto the Democrats, onto whatever, you know what I'm saying? Anybody they target, the woke, right? This whole idea of woke people being groomers, right? Trans people being groomers, that whole idea, that whole construction of everybody woke, you're a groomer, you're a pedo, this, that, or the other. It is literally the grooming pedophiles that created that entire like psychological online campaign. And they have been literally trying to say that we are what they have been this entire time, dude. It is like, bam! Now the question becomes, though, how do we unplug like the rest of the cult? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do we unplug this shit? It is like mind-blowing, guys. Whoever smelt it, dealt it. Dude, I love that we have the fart references flowing in. Okay? Dude, LFG, let's go. Dude, Elite, by the way, I am going to start doing some Fortnite on Saturday afternoons on Twitch, right? But I am not going to do it until next week. I was going to do it this week, but I'm like behind. You know what I'm saying? I am behind, but we will get there. Okay? We will get there. You know, it is something that I'm adding into the mix. All right? Oh, nice. Yeah, no, I see the link about Xbox Live, and I will definitely get into that. I'm not going to get into it in this show, but yeah, I see it. Porkies, I got you. And we will definitely, I will look into that. I will look into the Xbox Live. Somebody else mentioned something about Roblox. And was that from today? Did they, Austin, did they discover that today? Is that what happened? Dude, member, let's go. You're coming home from a concert. Let's go. Dude, membership, let's elite. Let's go, baby. 6 months. So is this Xbox and Roblox shit that they discovered from this Epstein files dump? Is that what was discovered? Was it from this recent dump? Nice. Dude, yeah, no, we're going to look into all of it, guys. Now, guys, this is just fucking like mind-blowing, dude. This shit is absolutely mind-blowing what's going on here. All right, the fact that you know, again, we're gonna look deeper, okay, and look at this shit, okay, because the implication here is that if, right, the implication here is that, right, look at this. This is from Boris, this Boris Nicolic guy. Dude, political junkie, let's go. Remember Denny Hastert? Yes, Hastert was a classic one, political junkie. Absolutely, man. There and like, but so look at this. This is a thing from Boris Nicolic to Jeffrey Epstein saying this article describes why I find mood interesting. The potential for manipulation is huge. So this was an early thing of like the, you know, Chris Poole, aka Moot, all right? And they sought him out. Okay? It looks like, right? It looks like Epstein was seeking out Moot, okay? And like we don't know. Again, I have not researched this. This is just my initial like toes in the water, okay? And this is going to become part of like deeper research here because the implication, right? The idea that you look at the modern conspiracy movement and thinking that the people creating the modern conspiracy movement may well have been working in lockstep with the Trump camp through Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell on Reddit and on 4chan and in these, you know, online spaces that they were all possibly, you know, contributing with each other to a general like rat fucking of the American society, you know, the societal fabric, like before Trump even got elected, okay? And the fact of the matter is like Trump may have ridden a wave of this, you know, like social engineering into the White House. And I mean, still, we are, you know, we have to go back to this Adam Cochran tweet where we have to look that 37 of Trump's inner circle people are currently in these Epstein files, are somehow central figures in this Epstein nightmare. 37. Donald Trump and 37 other people are in the center of this thing. And Trump is like, oh yeah, I have nothing to do with this guy. It is like they're fused, guys. Everything lockstep. This is like crazy. Now, I want to take a pause here and I want to unplug from today's findings for a second. And I want to talk about Virginia Giuffre for a minute, okay? Just for a tiny minute, guys. Because one of the things about Virginia Giuffre that we need to focus on is we talked a little bit about her yesterday. And I talked a little bit about after reading her book, after reading Nobody's Girl, it is my belief that Virginia Giuffre did in fact unalive herself and that she was not a victim of like a murder or anything like that, which is a common conspiracy thought. Luna said, I priced out bots from India 1 million likes for $1,000. That's crazy. That's not that much if you have endless money. But anyway, so, and now guys, I've arrived at this because I always thought Virginia Giuffre was a victim of like being silenced. And I, in fact, got mad at 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗪. 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗪 went on the mainstream media and she talked about her trip with Virginia Giuffre. So at one point, 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗪 went with Virginia Giuffre and they went across the country. They took a road trip and they went around trying to find Epstein employees, previous Epstein, circle people that knew Virginia, and they tried to get them on the record with her to talk about Epstein and what they knew. And they did not have a lot of success with this. They went to his old drivers, his butlers, his cooks, his whatever, other women that were involved, and they pretty much struck out. But now 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗪 went on TV once and talked about how she believed Virginia had unalived herself. And that was her impression after spending that time with her. And I got really annoyed at Tara. This was right after Tara ambushed Kat Abu Ghazaleh, so I was a little pissed off at her. But after reading the book, I have to say I agree with Tara because, Virginia Giuffre did have 2 previous times she tried to unalive herself. That didn't quite work out. She had also had a lot of physical ailments. I think the trauma presented in her body after all this fighting and standing up to Epstein and being the international symbol of this movement. Her body started breaking down, which led to a lot of painkiller addiction. She had struggled with painkillers. She has been abused from her father to Ron Eppinger to sent to a Christian camp where they abused her right up to Epstein. I mean, her life, dude, was it's heartrending what this woman went through. And her husband, her husband was, pretty, I don't know. He was pretty unpredictable as well. She didn't pick good men. Let me just say, I don't think ever. But guys, what I want to talk about though, is I want to talk about how instrumental she was. I feel like we need to honor Virginia Giuffre, okay, for a moment here as this breaks through, because she is the person who single-handedly is responsible for the 3 million Epstein files that are sitting on that DOJ server right now. And let me just tell you, she broke the whole thing wide open, okay? And I want to give you a little, I want to look at this, okay? And in particular, it was Naomi Campbell's birthday party, okay? So let me tell you this, guys. You ready? I'm going to take you on a little rabbit hole right now in honor of this. So Virginia was picked up from the spa in Mar-a-Lago, okay? Virginia was picked up in the spa in Mar-a-Lago around 2000, 2001. I think it was 2000, okay? She was 16, about to be 17. Ghislaine Maxwell approached her in the parking lot or what have you, then invited her over. Oh, we're going to send you to massage school. Started this relationship, okay? Now, this relationship started with Epstein, and then it went beyond that. Now, we find out later that Epstein paid off Virginia Giuffre's father, okay? Trump knew these people. Virginia Giuffre's father worked at Mar-a-Lago, okay? These people, Trump knew them, okay? He knew who Virginia was. He knew that she went to work for Epstein, right? He'll never admit it, but he knew this shit, okay? Now, from the very beginning, there were threats leveraged against Virginia. And eventually it went beyond her being abused by Epstein and, Ghislaine Maxwell. And then she started being loaned out, right, to other men. Some who she named, some she didn't. One of them was Bill Richardson, the governor of New Mexico, AKA why Epstein's Zorro Ranch in New Mexico was so protected. He was heavily connected in New Mexico. Right? There are other people. Ehud Barak is one who she refused to name. There's some senators. And obviously the most famous one was Prince Andrew. Okay, now, here's what's crazy, guys, is eventually somebody from the Daily Mail went to Virginia Giuffre and met with her to tell her story, okay? And this was like very pivotal. She was like one of the first people to speak up, okay? You know what I'm saying? And like very powerful, okay? Dude, I don't know who you're talking about, like victim blaming, right? I don't know what if you're talking to me or if you're talking to someone in chat, but nobody is blaming Virginia Giuffre. We are honoring Virginia right here. Okay. Virginia was the one who fucking set this shit up, boss. Oh, not me. Oh, is there somebody in here? Do we need to boot somebody? Got you. Yeah. All right. Let's see what we got. Cause we may have somebody in here. We'll take a look at these people, all right? Because we gotta ease the victim blaming, right? Come on now. Let's fucking keep it above board, boss. Right? All right. You know, and it's possible, though, that we're misunderstanding it, right? But anyway, guys, let me just tell you this, okay? So I have talked about this before, about how in the beginning, Virginia did this. She did this like it was somebody from the UK, a writer, churcher, came to meet with Virginia in Australia and wrote this story and then gave Virginia some really bad advice, okay? She gave Virginia some advice. They paid her money, and then she told her to write fictional accounts of this shit. And so this stuff was used later to discredit Virginia. Now, I've always believed that Prince Andrew sent that reporter to out the story, but to do it in a way that would later come back and haunt Virginia Giuffre. But guys, remember when she first came out with this story, she produced the photograph that I'm going to show you with Prince Andrew. Okay, this very famous photograph from Prince Andrew, right, and Virginia that was taken in Ghislaine's flat, okay? Let me find it. It was this one, right? We all know the photo. Right here was this photo, right? Remember this photo? Okay. Now, I want to show you guys the bombshell with this, okay? Because look at her outfit, okay? Look at her outfit here, okay? There she is. She's wearing these like sort of zippy, like shiny pants. She's wearing her little pink halter top, okay? She's 17. She's young. She's in England, in Ghislaine's flat. Epstein is taking the photo. We have Ghislaine. We have Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew is real familiar here, okay? Now, he says, oh, yeah, I don't remember this photo. I think this photo is fake, okay? Now, initially, when this photo came out, a lot of people challenged it. They called her a liar. But then something happened. Okay. Naomi Campbell had her 31st birthday party. Okay. Let's look at when that was. It was in 2001. Okay. So you ready for this, guys? This is mind-blowing, okay? Check this out, okay? So in 2001, Naomi Campbell here had her 31st birthday party, and these pictures got broadcast. They were all over, you know, whatever, Getty Images, their imaging sites. right? They were a big deal. I don't know if Getty Images was around back then, but what ended up happening is people doubted Virginia. They doubted that, like, oh, why would you be with Prince Andrew? You're not in that circle. That photo is fake. Prince Andrew said that photo is fake. But then they started looking back at Naomi Campbell's 31st birthday party, and look at what you have here. You have Virginia Giuffre, right? Look at her. She's a child, okay? She's a kid. She's wearing the same halter top. The same pink halter top. You have Ghislaine Maxwell right here. She's right next to Naomi Campbell. And everyone is like, whoa. Why is... Okay, so the Getty Images was there. Thank you. So they were like, whoa. We found a photo that just happens to show her in the same outfit. And yeah, dude, she looks out of place. I mean, look at them all. They're all dressed to the nines. They're all in high fashion. They're all wearing suits and jackets and really fancy shit. And she's wearing a fucking pink tank top. She is wearing the exact tank top from this photo. But guys, it gets better. So when they discovered that, they started looking into this. And then they found another photo of her on the yacht. This is on a yacht, okay? Out in the Caribbean. They found a photo of her on the yacht. So now she's in two photos. And then look at this one. Here's a photo of Ghislaine, right? Standing there next to this same fancy rich guy from here. And look at what you see there. You see the pants? That's Virginia standing with Ghislaine, right? That's Virginia. That's her fucking pants, bro, from this outfit. She has the same outfit on. Because, guys, remember... Dude, she's like 17. You know what I'm saying? She is like, I mean, she doesn't have these fancy clothes. She's got whatever outfit she's used to. But you know what I mean? I mean, for all we know, this photo may have been from the same night or something. We don't know. I mean, or recently, maybe she had one outfit she would wear when she went out like partying or whatever. But like, isn't this crazy? Like that they blew this shit apart and they discovered, right? They discovered, dude, what the fuck, Instagram? Like, what is your fucking deal, bro? Like, this shit is, dude, what is going on, boss? Ah, bro. There we go. Dude, that is killing me. Control 0. Oh, thank you. All right, thank you. Dude, yeah, thank you. Dude, that shit was driving me nuts. But there's Virginia's pants. So Virginia, and you can see her fucking, you can see the little side of her halter top. And look at Ghislaine, like with her looking at the camera. So this was when we realized, guys, okay, this was when they realized, wow, Virginia really was there. And not only was she there, guys, but she was a fucking kid, bro. Okay? If you see her, she is a kid. Okay? She is a kid. Now, this just like hit like a rocket ship, because all of a sudden what ended up happening is they had to contend with the fact that there was something to Virginia's story, and now it was like in the record. You know what I mean? This child had been taken onto a yacht in the Caribbean with these famous people that are all part of this sort of jet setting thing, right? And does Ghislaine have the same outfit on as well? She does. The top looks the same, right? The top, well, no, it's different. It's different because if you look at her, see, this one has sleeves and she's wearing a skirt. And if you look in the photo, this is a sleeveless and she's wearing pants. So it's similar color scheme, but different outfit. right? But again, this is like, you know, the young girl probably every time she went partying, she had one outfit that she felt really comfortable in. But so this was what sort of blew open. Let me get my I want to get my windows taken care of here. Okay. I have too many windows open. Let me arrange these things. All right, that one can go there. Give me a sec here. That's the Virginia. There we go. There we go. All right, there we go. Yeah, so here's the other photo of her, right? With the halter top, with the fucking, her pants on. But I think this photo is really interesting too, because everybody here is like centered around Naomi and she's like a child up there, right? Holding the jacket and like sort of out of place, not in the center of this thing. Like, what is this girl doing there? And you see here, that's Virginia, yes, holding the same jacket with her pants. You can see her midriff there and the halter top. Ghislaine kind of with that sheepish look. So that was the moment that everybody realized, like, wow, Virginia is really telling the truth. She really was there. She really had no business. A 16, 17-year-old girl from Florida, from 𝗙𝗪𝗏, which is like a trailer park area of Florida, who was a spa worker part-time at Mar-a-Lago. What is this girl doing on a yacht in St. Tropez with Naomi Campbell and everybody else of the billionaire jet set? She got taken there, guys. She got taken there. Now, what ultimately happened is that gave Virginia credibility. And then Virginia started telling her story. Okay? Virginia started telling her story. And then what kicked this off, guys, was that Ghislaine Maxwell read one of the like lawsuits or something that had identified a Jane Doe, and Ghislaine Maxwell identified that Jane Doe as Virginia Giuffre and called her a liar. And so Virginia Giuffre and her lawyer, Siggy, right? Sigrid McCauley, right here. This is Virginia's lawyer. Okay? Powerhouse woman. Okay? So Siggy and Virginia Giuffre decided to sue Ghislaine Maxwell. All right? Now, let me just run you through this. This was after Jeffrey Epstein's case had come and gone in Palm Beach. He got off. The Palm Beach police went to the FBI. Trump's future labor secretary, Alex Acosta, threw the case out. They gave him immunity. They didn't tell any of the victims. They hid all this shit. It was buried. It was gone. It was done. Everything was done. Nobody was ever going to hear about Epstein. This thing was buried. There was no public record of any of that shit. The grand jury documents were sealed. Nobody would have ever heard a word. There was nothing for reporters to report. There was no information request you could get. It was literally just gone. And then Ghislaine Maxwell attacked Virginia Giuffre in the press, identified a Jane Doe, said that's Virginia Giuffre, she's a liar. Now, one of the common techniques for guys who grape women, a rich guy who grapes women, is if the woman says he did it, they will sue the woman for defamation. And they attack them with lawyers. They bear down on them. They investigate their life. They shred them. They follow them with private investigators. They make their life a living hell. And eventually the woman relents and gives up the charge because the rich guy is just destroying her because she doesn't have enough money and power to go against his lawyers. Well, what was interesting about Siggy here and Virginia Giuffre is they flipped the script. After Ghislaine Maxwell said that Virginia Giuffre lied and identified her from this Jane Doe court proceeding, they sued Ghislaine for defamation and said, well, she obviously has some prior knowledge about Virginia Giuffre and what actually went on, or she wouldn't have recognized her as the Jane Doe. and she's saying she's lying. So they sued Ghislaine Maxwell for defamation. And this happened in 2016. This was while Trump was running. So that entire year, Virginia Giuffre did depositions. She was deposed. Ghislaine was deposed. Jeffrey Epstein was deposed. A whole bunch of their people, his driver, Juan Alessi, all these people were deposed. And then all of their statements were now in the public record. And because Donald Trump was running for president and knew Jeffrey Epstein, every reporter in America was looking into everyone who knew Donald Trump. So they found these depositions that Virginia Giuffre had put on the record. And eventually Virginia Giuffre, I believe she won the lawsuit, and there was like a settlement. But that put all of that stuff in the public record for journalists to find. Then, of course, what happened was Me Too happened. And then Me Too changed the climate to where women were believed. And then, of course, Julie K. Brown from the Miami Herald found this stuff and wrote a series of articles that blew the whole thing open. And eventually there was another lawsuit where the women victims sued the government, essentially saying, hey, when the feds gave Epstein immunity, they violated our victim rights, and they won. And that allowed them to prosecute Jeffrey Epstein and eventually Ghislaine Maxwell. And so Virginia Giuffre and her, these photographs, the Getty images of her being on that boat, were the very thing, guys, that completely blew up this case and got us to where we are now. Isn't that insane? That is insane. But guys, this photo here haunts me. Okay? This photo haunts me because when you look at it, she is so out of place. You know what I mean? And look at her face. Dude, she's a kid. Okay? She is a kid. She is a child, bro, in a sea of wealthy adults, right? And she's on a yacht. Okay? She's on a yacht in the middle of the Caribbean with no parents. She's there with Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein. And and I mean, I imagine for her, think back, if you're 16, right? If you're 16 and you're on a yacht at Naomi Campbell's 31st birthday party, you're probably whoa, starstruck. You know what I'm saying? I would have been like, wow, dude. But also so vulnerable, right? Yes, she's in a sea of sharks. And nobody to protect her or defend her. And these people, guys, these star fuckers is what we used to call them. That's what we called them in LA, guys. I grew up in LA where everybody was an actor / and there's a star fucker climate. Okay? There was a guy. So I've talked a little bit about my friend Rust, who ended up in the band Crazy Town. Butterfly, come my lady, come my lady. You're my butterfly, sugar baby. Okay, so Rust was in the starfucker crowd. And there were people that was one of them that was at the center of this in the 90s was a guy named Billy Wirth. Okay, Billy Wirth was a guy who had been in the Lost Boys in a tiny part, but he was friends with Kiefer Sutherland and he was friends with some of the Lost Boys people. So Billy Wirth was not a big star, but Billy Wirth knew big stars. So if you hung out with Billy Wirth, you could go to Kiefer Sutherland's party or end up at one of those guys' house. So there's a network of star fuckers that get you into rooms like these, usually, right? And you can sort of go up the ladder. Now, I remember going out one night. My memory of Billy Wirth, because I was not really in the Starfucker set. I went in there once, but I went out one night with Rust and Billy Wirth, and I sat in the back of a Ford Bronco while we drove around LA watching Billy Wirth smoke crack out of a fucking pipe for 4 hours. He's in the passenger seat just puffing crack, And I'm in the back seat, and like we were supposedly going to a party. He was on his phone. Nope, not happening. Nope, this, that, the other. I mean, it was pretty fucking, it was pathetic, dude. He was like crashing out. This guy was rock bottom. But he lived in this apartment right on Franklin and Highland. Like right now, it's right where the whatever, there's a hotel there, Lowe's Hotel. But he lived in an apartment that was like the penthouse of this, like, I don't know, 5-story building or whatever. He had an apartment with like glass windows all the way around. And people would go and hang out at Billy's apartment and just watch him smoke crack, waiting for somebody famous to like show up or whatever. That's what the starfucker sort of people do. It's really fucked up, dude. You know what I'm saying? It like the whole life of this shit is like, is not a good life. It's just a bunch of people sort of treading water, hoping to make some connection to elevate themselves. But like, this is the type of environment here. You know what I'm saying? And she is not that, guys. You know what I'm saying? You look at her, she's not that. You look at her and she's just sort of like, what am I doing? She's carrying her jacket. She's like along for the ride. She's not in here sharking it. You know what I'm saying? She's not in here doing that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she was not part of this at all. But I can say, though, single-handedly, that if it was not for Virginia Giuffre, if it was not for her, you know, like putting herself out there and fighting this fight, like this whole thing would have never been discovered. Okay? Right? And here's a tweet from her. You saw me at your parties. You saw me in Epstein's homes. You saw me on the plane. You saw me get my hair cut. You saw me on the streets. You watched me be abused. You saw me. You know, I mean, powerful shit, guys. Powerful, powerful stuff. All right. This stuff is craziness. And again, right, it ties back to like, there you go. There she is with Prince Andrew. But guys, she broke this. She broke this, guys. You know what I'm saying? She broke this. And when you say like shame on all these people for not saying anything, it's like, guys, I don't know if you realize how deep this kind of stuff goes. All right? Because it's not just Virginia Giuffre and Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, you go back to the 70s and it was like Jack Nicholson and Roman Polanski, guys. Okay? These actors in the 70s, these famous guys, Roman Polanski, after his wife Sharon Tate was murdered by Charles Manson family, right? Not Manson himself, but by Tex Watson and Patricia Krenwinkel and Susan Atkins, right? He made a film with Nastassja Kinski when she was 13. Roman Polanski did. He had an affair with her. Okay. He used to share a house, I believe, with Jack Nicholson. They had a jacuzzi there that was like well known. You would go to their house and there were like underage girls in the jacuzzi like all the time. This was like common behavior, man. You know why? Because of that starfucker mentality, guys. Like girls would go to Hollywood to try to be famous. And the way they used to get famous is you got discovered. Okay? This was the days of like screen testing. Okay? So basically anybody who was a man in Hollywood had the power to discover a woman, to make her a star. Okay? They had the star building power. You could be a famous actor. You could be a producer. You could be a studio head. So what happened is young girls were enamored by this. They thought if they played along, they're going to be the next so-and-so. And they mostly just never were. And yes, Jodie Foster plays one of those girls in Taxi Driver. Absolutely. And so this behavior of like these powerful men abusing young women and teenagers has been around since the beginning of time. Okay. And no, it's not just in Hollywood. It is in, you know, corporate culture. I think what makes it so prevalent though in Hollywood was Hollywood was like a flame that drew the moths. Okay. Like, for example, if you go into a lot of business cultures, you go into corporate cultures, there's not a lot of teenage girls in that culture. You know what I'm saying? They may find them and meet them and groom them. But Hollywood, because it's actors, Hollywood was like a candle that all of the young people were going there to get famous. So they didn't even have to try. These power guys could literally, they just would stand there and wait for the potential victims to come to them trying to get famous, trying to be a star. And so it wasn't like Hollywood that was the thing. It was that power dynamic of the star making being like, you know, it wasn't like Hollywood per se. It was just the culture of the fact that Hollywood was an institution that drew young people to it, you know, and that's one of the things that made it such a great place for these types of predators to exist. And the other place, of course, was the music industry, right? And the modeling industry was another one. This was why it was central with Trump, because he didn't have to look. These young girls are trying to be models. They're trying to get discovered, okay? And so this was heavily exacerbated, right? And so what I'm trying to, like, you know, like, it's like when you look at Virginia Giuffre and you look at the women that put Harvey Weinstein away, one of whom is Gavin Newsom's wife, by the way. Okay, Gavin Newsom's wife, 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗪, she was one of Harvey Weinstein's, she's a Harvey Weinstein survivor, and she helped put that man away, okay? You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of different people were affected by this shit. But those women in Me Too, and these Epstein women that have been working on this for 30 years, and in particular, Virginia Giuffre being the woman who did the public fight and fucking broke this thing wide open, that is like what we're dealing with right now. Okay, all these files, this shit, it all started with this woman and those Me Too women. And Virginia Giuffre ultimately, like, she paid with her life, dude. It cost her life because it was just too much, too big, too painful. The battle was just too, like, all consuming, you know? And so I want to honor her, dude. I want to honor her, and I want to honor Sarah Ransom and Annie and Maria Farmer and everybody connected to this. And like we have to, guys. It's like now that this is rolling and now that this ball is opened up, I feel like what we need to do, guys, you know, and there's another photo of her, is we have to see this through. Okay? We have to see this through, guys. It doesn't matter if it's 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, another 20 years. Like, we got to see it through. And what we're discovering from this recent dump is that it's pervasive, man. Like, everybody in the Trump orbit, and I mean everybody, okay? Everybody is a part of this. And when you're saying, Brian, if you're saying, did he share? If you're talking about Billy Wirth, no, Billy Wirth never shared, okay? He never shared. And that's another thing with those guys, with that starfucker mentality. These guys would have a bunch of drugs, and they would never share anything. They basically used everybody who were trying to get close to stars above them. There's like a middle, right? Like once you become on the edge of being famous, a bunch of girls and guys will hang out with you trying to meet the famous people, and the pseudo-famous guys will be taking advantage of all the women trying to meet the more famous guys. Like the whole system of it was like predatory and abusive. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty gnarly, dude. It's pretty gnarly shit. Okay? And it is pretty gnarly shit. And you know, not uncommon, guys. Okay, not uncommon. You know, now for me, I didn't like that shit. Okay, I know Rust, he played that game. My friend Rust did. He played that game. And dude, eventually he was hanging out with Cliff Morrison. And then that was a guy who was claiming he was Jim Morrison's son. He was another one of those starfucker guys. And then eventually Rust met Shifty Shell Shock and you know, Epic Missouri, whatever. And then he joined Crazy Town. And then eventually got kicked out of Crazy Town. Then Rust got signed to V2. And then he started Rust in the Superheroes. But like, because of the word superheroes, like he got like sued or something. He switched his band name to Pre-Thing. And then Rust died of a heart attack at 35 in Vegas. Very fucked up. Okay. So, I mean, I watched that starfucker thing like take Rust to being like famous, and then it killed him. And you know, he's not alone in that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are a lot of people that take that route. For me, I dabbled. I went to Billy Worth's apartment. I hung out with Cliff Morrison a little bit. There was another guy, I can't remember his name, but I played music with one of Cliff Morrison's buddies who we played a bunch of shows at the Roxbury, which was like this sushi joint that had a little lounge in it that was very like froofy. And this was when I was like super methed out. But I didn't really like the Starfucker set. I knew of those people, and I would occasionally insert myself in there when I was there with friends. But I didn't like that environment because I'm like a straight shooter. So like when somebody fucks around with me, I'd be very vocal about it. I was not going to like let it slide because I was doing the Starfucker thing. I would call people out, and that made me like a little bit of a liability, right? Because only my real close friends, they would take me, but they also knew they had to kind of watch out for me because I would fucking start a confrontation that would then reflect poorly on their ability to climb up the ladder, right? Had a night at the Roxbury. I played at the Roxbury a couple times. I was a disaster though, dude. Oh my God. Dude, I was like, at the time I had a really significant drug habit. And everybody there was like high on something anyway, so it probably didn't stand out much to anybody there. But it was, you know, not the greatest moment, right? The 90s were like, surviving the 90s was, you know what I mean? Like surviving the 90s, if you were in the rock and roll or the acting scene, I feel like you were ahead of the game. A lot of people died, dude. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people fucking died, dude. A lot of people, like beloved people, like Chris Farley. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of these people were fucking like dying, you know? And then you had people killing themselves. You loved the Roxbury. Dude, the Roxbury was pretty fun, right? The whiskey, I played at the whiskey a bunch. The whiskey, though, the whiskey was not a thing in the 90s. Guys, the whiskey was like different. Okay, the whiskey was a thing in the 70s and 80s. By the 90s, the whiskey had a bunch of pay-to-play shows, so the whiskey wasn't a scene. In the 90s, the scene was the Roxbury. And then there were some other smaller scenes like English Acid down at Peanuts on Santa Monica, or Scream on Highland, or the Annie Club way out of Melrose by the theater. But by then, the Whiskey and the Roxy were like national acts and pay to play. Okay, there was still a little bit of scene at the Viper Room, which had been the Central, right? The Viper Room had a little bit of a scene vibe, and Spaceland over in Echo Park, in Silver Lake was a little bit. But mostly the 90s scene was Club Lingerie up on Sunset. The Troubadour still had a little bit, but the Troubadour was even more national acts. I think most of the scene was like Club Lingerie, was the Roxbury, was Scream. That was the gothy, a little darker set down on Highland, and the Annie Club. And those were like the four pillars of like the underground sort of scenester hipster shit. And then there were some lounges, like, you know, like where Marty and Elaine that had the lounge, the Dresden Room, which was over on fucking Hillhurst or something. The Dresden Room was like a lounge. There were a couple sort of like fucking, I don't know, there like lounge music kind of came into it, like stand-up bass and like that you know, like what's their name? Hey there, you're a rock star. Yeah, what was it? Hey there, I'm an all-star. The guy just died a couple years ago. Smash Mouth. Okay, so the Smash Mouth people and like they were on the edge of that lounge music sort of like there was another spot called the fucking the alligator room or the lizard lounge or some shit like that. There were these lounges that were kind of like that swingers sort of thing, but there were lounges where people like dressed in fucking zoot suits and pinstripes and shit. Was it the alligator lounge? Maybe that was it. But so we used to go and hang out those places too, where like a lot of the rocker people hung out in those environments, right? The Ace of Clubs. Oh my God, dude, the Ace of Clubs. Yes, dude. And Cherry Poppin' Daddies. Yes. Reverend Horton Heat. Although the Ace of Clubs. Oh my God, dude. I was at the Ace of Clubs like a lot, bro. Oh shit, dude. That's fucking crazy, right? The Ace of Clubs. That was one of those spots. Yes, that was absolutely it. And Dragonfly was a little bit. The Rainbow. Yeah, the Rainbow was still a scene. Ron Jeremy always had the fucking table like right in the front. Of course, he's a predator. Dude, my Coke dealer worked at the Rainbow, right? He did. I mean, he didn't have a job at the Rainbow. I meant he was always dancing and hanging out at the Rainbow because the Rainbow, right? What the Rainbow had, guys, was the Rainbow had 2 bathrooms. Okay, one bathroom was up the steps at the top of the steps where the dance club was. That was the bathroom everyone used. But then there was another bathroom in the back of the kitchen that had a lock on it that was just like a door open with the toilet and a shelf. And that was like the bathroom. So you would go into the kitchen where it's dark. There's this whole section of the kitchen that was shut down. And there would be a line of like 100 people waiting in line for one bathroom at the back of the kitchen, and they would be standing there for an hour while they wait in line, and everybody would go in there in groups of 2 to 4 in this tiny bathroom, and that's where everybody used that shelf to party, and everybody knew about it. If you knew about it, you went and got in that line, and everybody was just waiting to get into that locking bathroom, dude. Dude, it was like not hidden. You know what I'm saying? Like none of this stuff was like, nobody was hiding this shit. You just had to know the right people to be in those spaces, right? But like, dude, yeah, it's fucking, I don't know, dude. It was a crazy time, right? And this though was like that vibe, like what Virginia Giuffre was in was like that vibe times like 100, you know, because these guys are not, you know what I'm saying? These guys are not, you know, in the bathroom at, you know, fucking the Rainbow. These guys are on yachts in the fucking Caribbean and private islands and shit. And dude, I love Failure. Okay. Let me just tell you, Failure was my favorite, like local 90s LA band, dude, hands down. And to this day, dude, I was bummed that they never blew up. I thought they should have blown up. You know what I'm saying? I thought the Failure should have blown up like 100%, dude. River Phoenix was outside the Viper Room, dude. That's where River Phoenix died. So no, the Starwood was earlier. Starwood was like 70s and 80s. Starwood was gone by the time I hit the scene. The Starwood, that was like fucking Nash's club. Eddie Nash. Okay, he was the guy involved with John Holmes and like mobsters and shit and the Wonderland murders. The Starwood was like late 70s, early to mid 80s. Dude, Eddie Nash, dude, those guys were fucking crazy. Okay, and the Viper Room like came out of the 90s. There was a punk club called the Central that was a stalwart like place. And then it got purchased and became the Viper Room. But yeah, dude, pretty crazy shit. But yeah, man, this is like, dude, this is pretty wild stuff, man. And all of this shit is connected. You know what I'm saying? All of these, I mean, this is just so like, I don't know, dude. You know, we gotta honor this. And yeah, Johnny Depp was one of the owners, but like he was like a silent partner. I think he was like the money room, dude. But dude, River Phoenix was not like, he was not healthy. Okay, I did not know River Phoenix, and I was nowhere near the Viper Room on the day he died, but I did see him at the grocery store about like a week or two before he died, and he was there with his girlfriend, and he looked like shit. Dude, they were in front of me at the grocery store. They had like $300 worth of like organic vegetables and stuff, and all kinds of like organic healthy food, but like, dude, he was gaunt, and he was pale, and he was skinny, and he looked like not healthy. You know what I'm saying? He did not look good. You know, so when he died, I don't think anybody was surprised. I mean, the like entertainment tabloids were surprised, but nobody who fucking saw him out and about was surprised. I think the only thing that was really surprising about the 90s was that Robert Downey Jr. survived. I'll be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Like the Robert Downey Jr., nobody thought he was going to make it, guys. Like nobody, dude. Nobody. Because I don't know if you guys saw the movie Less Than Zero, but there was a movie that came out when I was a senior in high school called Less Than Zero, okay? And it had Andrew McCarthy and it had Robert Downey Jr. in it, and it was a movie with great music that like defined our fucking generation. Is a little bit less heard of movie. I believe James Spader's in it too. I mean, is gritty, okay? And that movie, like, that was all of us in the late 80s. That was all of us. That was just what we were struggling with, like, trying to fit, okay? Trying to fit the expectations of needing to go to college, needing to go to a good school, needing to succeed. You know what I'm saying? Needing to outdo our parents. Like, there was a lot of pressure. But Robert Downey Jr. played a character in that movie that kind of, he became him. He played this character named Julian, okay? And then he kind of became him. And he had a serious fucking drug problem. And guys, you know, these people, they're not like, I don't like the word junkie, because when you get addicted, it's not you, man. That shit is a sickness that takes over your body and fucking soul, boss. And I've been there. You have no power over that shit. You don't. But the craziness is the people who survive. And like nobody thought Robert Downey Jr. was going to survive. And dude, that motherfucker, not only did he survive, but like, dude, he got like better. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, dude. I feel like there were a lot of late 90s, early 2000 addicts that like saw Robert Downey Jr. and were like, man, I'm going to fucking do this shit too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, dude. Sometimes you need like sometimes you need like I don't know, they say any port in a storm. But sometimes you need these people that like you see them and you're like, wow, you can do it. You know, you can do it. And I saw like Duchess or Duchess. I would be willing to bet, like, if you were on the scene in LA between the years of like 91 and 98, like that was me. I was everywhere, boss. Dude, I was everywhere. I was like, I was a scenester for sure. And I was an addict. And because I was an addict, I bumped into a lot of people above my pay grade, if you will. Right. You know, it's funny when you said Ace of Clubs, I'd forgotten the name of that place, but like, I spent a lot of nights in 𝗙ecie clubs, dude. A lot of nights. And the other place we used to go to was the Rocks. On the Rocks, there's an acoustic, like a little lounge, an acoustic venue above the Roxy. You have the Roxy, and there's a little space up above it called On the Rocks that is like, you know, you play shows up there, and they're like very froofy. You know, it's kind of like the Chateau Marmont people would fucking hang out and have private like sessions at On the Rocks. And then there was a club called Guys, okay, that like I worked at Jerry's Deli in the 90s, and Jerry's Deli, there was like this model, this billboard model named Angeline, who was always in like a pink fucking Corvette or some shit, a pink convertible. And Angeline married one of the owners of Jerry's Deli. It was owned by the Starkman family. And one of the Starkman brothers, this guy named Guy, he had a private club that was right next to the Jerry's Deli on Beverly. I worked on Beverly. I worked the night shift, the like graveyard there for all the club people. That's where I started. Eventually I moved to Westwood. But Guy's club was the type of club where like, you know, what's her name? Fucking dude, what's her fucking name? She's making a comeback right now. She was like super famous, like a Mean Girl or something. No, his club was just called Guys. It was a private club. Like you were not getting in there unless you were famous. What's her name? The fucking girl who got really drugged out. It starts with an N. Or no, Lindsay Lohan. That's who it is. All right. It starts with an L. Sorry. There's an N in it. Yes, that was the club where like you would go and see like Lindsay Lohan and her friends like snorting cocaine off of a table, like right out in the open at Guys, right? That's what happened at Guys. It was like private club. You only got in there if you were fucking, you know what I'm saying? If you were like you had to know somebody that was in there, but all of those types of people would be in there just partying like right out in the open. It was like fucking insanity, you know? And I'm sure New York City had the equivalent of that shit too. And so that's though part of the reason why all this shit happens, guys, is because there's a lot of drugs, there's a lot of sex, there's a lot of people trying to get famous, there's a lot of wealthy people that are being predators on the people trying to get famous. And I mean, this shit was wild, dude. Dude, I'll be honest, guys. I always liked Lindsay Lohan. Okay, I did, man. I did. Like, dude, I don't know why she got a lot of shit, but like, dude, she's a fucking survivor too, dude. Like that, like she got into a set of people that got so famous so quick, and they were like the center of, you know what I mean? Like, you know, there's people, like, let me just tell you, if you go into like the Hollywood sets or you go into the New York sets, there are people that are like glommers and there are people that are like scuzzy and glomming on. But then there are people that become like so famous that they like had to be there, right? Where you're like the most famous person of the moment. And it's a requirement that you be the center of the scene. Like you guys don't even realize that you don't even really have a say sometimes when you get that famous. It's like you're expected, okay? Where your career, the studio owners are like, you better be at that fucking party. Everybody's going to that party because you're going to be at that party. And I don't fucking care if you're depressed. I don't care if you've been up for 4 days. I don't care. You get your fucking ass to that party right now. I'm having a car come and pick you up. And like, that's the way this environment is, guys, that when you get that fucking famous, yeah, you are a product and you are required, okay? You don't have a say. And it fucking kills people. It eats people up, man. Brittany, the same, dude. Goal. I got you, Ella. Let's go. Let's get a goal going for the dance party, dude. And like, you know. So, and the reason why I bring this up, guys, is because like the reason why I bring it up, there we go, 20 light blue or more. The reason why I bring this up, guys, is because I feel like that's a type of trafficking. Okay? That is a type of trafficking. Are like Hollywood stars being the center of this, the models having to be the people that are entertainment at the parties. That is a type of trafficking that happens to actresses and actors and young musicians, where they become really famous and then they become a commodity that like the entire business surrounds these really famous people, and they become a commodity that is then trafficked to the wealthy jet set in order to generate new movies and new musical collaborations and new et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? And like, it was really bad in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? Stop stupidity. Let's go. And I mean, guys, you ready? Let's dance. Love y'all. You too, Ella. Let's go. And we got Sam Snow Puppy scratching at the door, baby. Let's go. And guys, though, this is like a history, okay? Because it didn't like start in the 70s. Yeah, no, it was Corey Feldman, all those guys. Corey Haim, everybody was involved in this. But guys, it was so bad. If you go back to the originals, okay, you go back to what's her name? Who was Dorothy in the original Wizard of Oz? I'm blanking on her name. What the fuck was her name, dude? Megastar back then. Bieber? No, I mean, Bieber was one of the, who was the actress? Judy Garland. Yes. If you go all the way back to the Judy Garland and the stars of that time, guys, they used to put them on contract. Okay, dude, John Robinson. So in Judy Garland's days and previous, this is even before like the Rat Pack, they would find an actress, Shirley Temple, Judy Garland, all those stars in the 20s and 30s. They would put them on studio contracts, guys, where they would have to make like 8 movies a year or some shit. Okay, they would work fucking 18 hours a day for like 320 days out of the year. No time off. They would give them speed and all kinds of drugs just to keep them showing up. But because once they hit, they would make as many movies as they could. They would literally they would basically just kill them cashing in because they knew they had a window that would be like 8 years, right? 6 years. So the studio would sign them to a contract and would work them and grind them for 6 years and make as many movies as possible. And then they would just discard them for the next newcomer, and they would have like a drug habit, and they would be emotionally wrecked. Their bodies would be destroyed. They'd have eating disorders. I mean, all manner of things. And they literally just chewed them up. And like that, guys, is the machinery that like spawned this environment. You know, Michelle, let's go. And I think it's really important, guys, because I feel like we're on the cusp of something weird here with the Epstein files, guys. We are on the cusp of some kind of like, I don't know. I know it's like the age of Aquarius, but I feel like we're on the cusp of something big. Because we have like the Me Too movement and women rising to power. And we have this crazy reality TV like overdose of people seeking virality. But I think maybe we're about to start redesigning our society over not commodifying people. Okay, where we stop becoming product. And maybe we have a chance to like we're going to become so much of product where everyone's like a product, and it's just going to burn the candle at both ends until it melts everything. And we finally realize that like not being a product and dismantling this fucking capitalism is the way to go. Because capitalism ultimately is just turning us all into product. Okay? And the product consumes other product. And that's where like the predators find that fucking, you know, life. You know what I'm saying? That's why predators do so well in that environment, okay? Because they consume other human beings in order to, like, you know, enhance their own power, right? Yeah, dude, the system does need to break. I think it's breaking. I think we're in the breaking of the system, guys. You know, I think we are. I'm trying to break it. I'm trying to break it by just being honest. You know what I'm saying? By holding up a mirror and being, like, brutally honest about the realities, you know, that, like, trying to take the veil off some of this shit. Because this shit gets glamorized. You know what I'm saying? But, like, when you get involved in fame culture, you realize that there's no glamour in it, guys. It's like, it's dirty. And it hurts. It hurts people. Like, fame hollows people out. And you know, it's almost like if you're going to survive it, you have to hollow yourself out and become like an empty vessel. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, I don't know. I think, like, we've reached peak fame culture now where, like, everybody can be famous. And I think it's going to blow it all up, right? I think it's going to just fucking just detonate the shit. And for the best, I'm sure. Dude, Ella, let's go. All right. Dude, Fran, let's go. You have a good Sunday? Dude, is it Sunday? Oh, it's just about. Oh, it is Sunday. Or just about. It's almost Sunday here. Stop the stupidity. Let's go. So, I mean, I can't speak for everybody's experience with fame. I know that most of the people that do fame right, like, choose to step out of the spotlight and they center themselves around the work, right? That's really what happens, because, like, the fame, you know, can become the thing, but the fame is empty. I mean, Donald Trump is a great example, okay, where Donald Trump just lives in the fame. He lives in the infamy, okay, because fame becomes like infamy if you want it to last, right? Because there's the ways fame lasts is you become famous and then you fall off, okay, because you hit a peak and then you can't maintain it. Now, what you can do is you can either focus on the work and let the fame go by the wayside, and eventually you become known for the work, like a Meryl Streep, like these longtime actors do, or longtime directors, and you opt out of the fame game and you become about the work, and your fame just kind of stays, but it becomes secondary eventually because you become an artisan, right? Or the other way is you have to keep doing more dramatic shit to stay famous. And then eventually you get into infamy and you become like a Donald Trump, where everything you do is designed to generate a headline. Your whole life. Kanye West is an example. He went the infamy route. And you don't really have a choice. I mean, if you want to keep the fame going, you have to either become really an artisan and drop out, and then you sort of separate yourself from it, and your fame is like you're not a part of it because you're working all the time, and right? Or you become the infamy guy who's in front of the camera all the time. You become like the Trumps, the Kanyes, who are just, now they're doing just insane shit all the time, but they're the center. Yeah, Nicki Minaj is going the infamy route, right? And infamy is a path. It's a really common path. You know what I'm saying? Dude, Sugar Ray. Dude, I remember Sugar Ray. Those guys, dude, fucking what, Mark McGrath or whatever, dude. Those guys were fucking on the scene. Those guys were Ace of Clubs guys. Dude, Sugar Ray, Jesus. Dude, I did not like those guys, dude. I mean, the fame section where I hung out was with the Goo Goo Dolls, okay? And not with fucking the singer, okay? But the bass player of the Goo Goo Dolls was a roommate of my bass player, my friend Jason, the guy who's bass playing on Do You Need and More and I'm in Love. Jason lived with the bass player of the Goo Goo Dolls, and they were friends with Tommy Stinson, of the replacements. And there was a black girl who was like kind of Tommy Stinson stalker. Her name was Rowan. I was dating Rowan, but like not like a girlfriend. Like Rowan had an apartment out in Sierra Madre, and I would just go and hang out with Rowan for like 4 days, and then I wouldn't see her anymore. And she used to always leave me these messages. I'm going to have lunch with Tommy Stinson. Okay. And like, so that was like the crowd that I hung in, which was like secondary fame, but they weren't like, they were like alternate, they were like fringe scenesters, but they weren't like, you know what I'm saying? Like the singer of the Goo Goo Dolls was more in that fucking elite crowd or whatever. And I hung out more with the guys that were a little more real, that were on the edge of that shit. But what I was gonna say is like the Sugar Ray guys though, like there were just a lot of people that were climbers, okay? And Sugar Ray, they were climbers. Like that guy, okay, that like I think his name is Mark McGrath, okay? And I did not know the Blink 182 guys, okay? I never met those guys. But the fucking Mark McGrath guy from Sugar Ray, yeah, The Fly, like that guy became a scenester and went from being like just some pretty dude showing up at the club to being like the signed record label guy in like unbelievably fast. That guy like fast tracked his way. And that's why a lot of people hated him, because people were like, what the fuck are we watching? Like, how is this guy getting away with it? Dude, he was like so transparently, like, I don't know, dude, but he just had the magic, bro. He could just walk in that environment and just fucking like, you know what I mean? I mean, I literally think he went to a concert one day and was like, I'm going to be famous next year. And then he put himself in all those environments and fucking navigated, like, you know what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't believe. Just made all the right friends in an unbelievable fucking, like, it was pretty crazy, dude. He was a rough drunk, was he? It makes sense, dude. It was a chain wallet. Dude, let's go. But, dude, navigating. I mean, dude, some people are good at that shit. Some people are good at that shit. But, I mean, they were good at what they did. They were good at what they did. But, yeah, dude, we got to break this shit open, guys. Okay? We are going to... He had Kid Rock's manager, did he? Yeah, I don't know a lot about him. I just know that he was like a super scenester. And he was like extraordinarily pretty. Okay, let's be honest, dude. That guy, he like had a look, bro. He did, dude. He like had the ultimate sort of like mid-90s fucking like look, dude. He did. A lot of doors open up for you when you look like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Hollywood's a town for the pretty, bro. Right? Snow puppies, check the clock. Let's go. All right, dude, we went on a little tangent. That was a good one, though. That was a good tangent, dude. I feel like that tangent's important, though, guys. Okay? That tangent is important because I think it's important that we center ourselves around, like, what's really going on here. Okay? And then look at this, dude. Look at this shit. From 2009, right? Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. Is this real? You know what I'm saying? Like, is this an actual... I saw this. Is this real? Right? Dude, let's see. Yeah, all right. So this is a real one. But like, guys, when we look at this shit, dude, why is this redacted, bro? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? 2 blank from Jeffrey Epstein, 2009. Okay. I love the torture video. Where are you? Are you okay? Like, why is this redacted? This is some bullshit, bro. You know, I mean, you know, victim, sure. We at some point, guys, at some point, and I know Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna are looking for this. I think, guys, when we come to power, okay, when we come to power, whether it is, you know, when we come to power, okay, whether it is taking the House back, which we're going to do this year. Stop stupidity. Let's go. That we're going to do. I think we take the presidency back in 2028. But guys, at some point, we need a congressional committee like the Oversight Committee having access to everything unredacted. Okay? That's it. There's no exception to that. I don't care if the unredacted stuff doesn't make it out, but we need a congressional committee that sees everything unredacted and then takes steps based on that. Okay? They're sicker than we thought. We know they are. Now, again, though, guys, we don't know if that's a reference, to actual, you know, and like some of this shit is code. We don't know if some of this stuff is code, but some of this stuff needs to be dismantled. Okay, we have to dismantle this shit. Like Trump has to go down. Okay, Trump absolutely has to go down. All right, and now though, guys, I think I'm ready to bounce off this. I feel like for me personally, we hit a lot with the Epstein stuff, with the QAnon in the beginning, and then we went on that tangent about like the starfucker lifestyle, which I think was great. I feel very fueled. We're going to dig into Epstein a little bit every day, but I don't want to spend the whole stream buried in this abuse stuff. I don't know about you, but it gets pretty yucky for me. I have to keep a limiter. I have to like take my foot off the gas sometimes and move on to something a little lighter. Okay. And yes, Leslie, what Leslie says there, they're going to fight like hell to stay in power. Okay. They are. They're like, I think we're going to have to physically remove Donald Trump. Okay. I think we're going to have to, he's going to have to be removed from office. And triggered. No, I'm not triggered, right? Triggered's different. That manifests different in the body. For me, it's more like it's like you get that taste in your mouth where I can only dig so much into the abuse where I just have to unplug and go to something lighter, right? Like even when I'm going down rabbit holes on my own, I have to moderate because it brings a certain type of negativity. And because it is all centered around the most powerful people, there's a lot of your like feelings of powerlessness that get caught up, and you realize like, wow, that everybody in power, all of our leaders are just dirty pieces of shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? And there's very little we can do to do anything about it. So I feel like I have to come up for air. You know what I'm saying? I have to come up for air and sort of rejuvenate, go do some funny shit, and then I go dive back into that crazy gnarly stuff. Now, there's a couple things that I think we should look at. One of them, somebody mentioned Lindsey Graham. Dude, we should look at that Lindsey Graham video, right? And like I said, Jenny, so if you go to the Epstein files, look at this. You ready? If you go to the Epstein library, okay, look at what they did. Okay, look at what they did, guys, with these files, with the new act, okay, with the DOJ disclosures, and they went here to the EFTA. Look at this. Data sets 9, 10, and 11, you can't download them with the zip, okay? All the other data sets, you can download all the files with one zip, okay? And the new data set 12, download all the files with one zip. But what they did, guys, is they dumped 3 million pages of shit And they make it so you have to go in there and you have to download each one individually. They have purposely made it so you're only getting that shit if you do the work. So Jenny, right? I'm paying Jenny. I'm paying her a lump sum of money for her to download all of those. I gave her a hard drive and she is going through 10 at a time. Okay? She is going nuts, bro. We're going to do it for weeks. She's downloading all of that shit. I'm taking all of it. I am going to look at every single item that is in these Epstein files. I will, when all is said and done, it may be a year from now, 2 years from now, I am going to look at every single piece of this shit. I'm going to put it in my fucking psyche. But so my point being is they're fucking with us, guys. Okay? Donald Trump and his personal lawyer, Todd Blanche, and his personal body barrier, Pam Bondi, and all of the other 37 people in his orbit that are in this Epstein pedo cult, they are fucking with us. And we're going to bring them down, okay? We are going to bring them down, dude. Dude, Donald Trump ain't the first starfucker I ever met. He's not going to be the last, all right? Screw these guys. You know what I'm saying? Your son needs a job. Dude, Bryce does need a job. His computer, though, is broken and in storage, so let's go. Dude, this shit. Ready? This shit is crazy, boss. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, they are fucking with us. This is outrageous. Okay? This is outrageous. You know what I'm saying? There is fucking craziness, dude. Absolute fucking insanity. Dude. Yeah. It's a task AI bots were made for. Yeah, I mean, somebody's probably programming an AI bot and shit. We're doing it the old-fashioned way, right? But redaction of victim names and other identifying information have been applied. But, dude, their redactions are bullshit. Yeah, this is, I mean, I think this is important, though. I think this is one of the most important investigations that we've ever seen because guys, there's a reason that Me Too kicked this off, okay? And there's a reason that Donald Trump only beat women and women also got more votes than him or looked like they beat him, but he still won anyway. There's a reason, okay, that the power of the woman in the patriarchal society that we have lived in for 6,000 years is changing, boss. There is some major power shifting going on that is seismic, okay, that started with the women's suffrage and is continuing. And right now, guys, what's crazy is you're seeing women now, right-wing women. I saw one today. You ready? Look at this shit, dude, with this idiot, the red-headed libertarian. You know who she is? She blocked me. She's one of Tim Pool's goons. Look at what she posted today. You've seen Pearl do this shit. The 19th Amendment was a mistake. This is where we're at, guys. That red-headed, right-wing women, MAGA women are going on the record trying to say, ooh, women getting the right to vote was a mistake. They want to roll back because, you know what I'm saying? They want to roll back, boss. And we ain't rolling back. Dude, yeah, no, they're mistakes. Dude, insane. Okay? This shit is insane. She's not even a libertarian, though, Worthy. She's not a libertarian. She is a Tim Pool, MAGA right-winger, just super homophobic. And she has a big bot following on Twitter. And she does videos with 20 filters on her fucking face. You know what I'm saying? But she ain't a libertarian. She is an anti-LGBTQ MAGA fascist clown is what she is, right? And she blocked me over something you know, not even the craziest shit we interacted, because we've interacted on Twitter a handful of times, because I would always comment on the Bible lies and she would always, like, you know, reply. The Bible lies comments always really got to her. But ultimately, what got me blocked was she went and spoke at this libertarian conference in DC. And basically what happened was she spoke. She was a big headliner of this thing, and there were 6 people in the crowd. And so I got in her replies saying, you know, it's kind of funny that you have 1 million followers here on Twitter and you're ratioing all these people, but when you go and appear in real life, you had 6 people in the crowd. And I'm like, that is telling. And dude, instant block, bro. That was the end for me. Libertarian, too embarrassed to admit you're MAGA. Yeah, Duke, you're not wrong, boss. Oh, shit. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Now they're blaming liberal women. Dude, yeah, they're blaming everything. Dude, less than 5 minutes straight. All right, let's go. Dude, let's go. I missed one up here, too. We had another snow puppies, dude. Or no, stop stupidity. Let's go. Dude, what else do we got? Do we have a snow puppies? No. All right, we got it. So there we go, guys. We need 4 in 3. How am I doing, Tommy, dude? Tony, dude, I'm doing great. Dude, I slept until 6 p.m. tonight. There are many varieties of libertarian. Yeah, no, all right. I mean, I'll get that, Bethel. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people who call themselves libertarians aren't libertarians, though, right? I think a lot of people who call themselves libertarians are nasty like MAGA, but they don't want to be associated with MAGA. So let's go. Stop the stupidity. And so the libertarians are like supposed to be cool and edgy, and so they adopt that name, right? Dude, dance coming up. Dude, John Robinson, let's go. Dude, there we go. Just like that. The audience responds. Let's get it. Leave me some deja vu. Deja vu's coming. Let's go, Ella. Dude, let's go, dude. Stop stupidity coming in again. Coming in hot. Always quarterbacking. And we got Will with the let's. I like that. Keep it simple. But yeah, they're fucking with us. So anyway, guys, so what I wanted to say is what we're going to move on to. We're going to move on to something a little light, okay? We're going to move on to something a little fun. And I want to move on just for a moment to the premiere of the Melania documentary. Dude, oh my God. Because Jenny and I have been making some content. I got to give Jenny, so Jenny's been making my shorts. And one of the shorts that Jenny made has just passed 250,000 views right here about Melania Trump. And we have a couple Melania fucking videos that are doing good. Jenny's doing good. She's got a number of shorts. This one's growing over here. Melania is a hot topic. And dude, it's funny. Did I attend the premiere? I did not. So guys, I'm going to say this. You ready? I am going to go see the movie. Okay, I am going because I go without paying, okay, because I have Regal Unlimited. So Jenny and I go to a lot of movies. So we are going to add on. We're not going to substitute a movie, but I'm going to go see it in the theater. I am. I'm going to go report back. I'm going to do it for the content, okay? I am, dude. I'm going to do it for the content. I'm going to show the empty theater when I'm there. I'm going to fucking film before that movie starts and show you how nobody's in that fucking theater. I'm going to watch that shit. Okay, and then I'm going to talk about it. I am. Now, we know, okay, we know that this movie is dog shit. Okay, we know it. But we also know that this movie is cult. Okay, so now one of the things that I figured, because we all use Rotten Tomatoes, okay, and Rotten Tomatoes is often a good guide. There are some fucking movies, like we saw a movie with Amy Adams called Night Bitch that was very low rated on Rotten Tomatoes. It was literally one of the best movies we saw that year, okay? Now, Melania, this movie is not even a movie. This movie is a stilted, like, this is Melania taking advantage of the fact that Trump is bullying everyone. Trump is seeking retribution with the arm of the government. So she was able to go to Jeff Bezos and get millions of dollars to be a superstar, okay? She's being a superstar, okay? And this is the only way she could get it, is if her adulterous lech of a fucking Epstein rapist husband would use the bully of the U.S. government to force a business owner to give a bunch of money, and Bezos is doing it because he's going to get billions in tax credits. He's going to get data centers. He's going to get environmental regulations like left, right, and sideways disappearing. He's going to be able to just expand his business and hire a bunch of robots and fire a bunch of workers, okay? And all he had to do was give $40 million to Melania and $35 million promoting this thing. Now, however, you ready? So I knew that we saw the early reviews, okay? One of the early reviews came out, and it was one from The Independent. It was this one. Guy gave it a 1 star, and he said, Melania review, First Lady is a preening, scowling void of pure nothingness in this ghastly bit of propaganda. Now, when I read this, I was like, dude, this is one of the most honest things, because that literally describes Melania, okay? Doesn't it? A preening, scowling void of pure nothingness. That's literally her, right? With her, she's been in America for 30 years. She still has an accent. You can't understand a goddamn word. She be best, right? Be best was her little like word to the children. Remember her campaign, be best? The fuck does that mean? You know what I mean? I mean, it's vacuous, right? It's empty. It is like an empty vessel of nonsensory. Remember her jacket? I don't really care. Do you remember that shit? The jacket with that scrawled on the back. I mean, everything about her is scoundrelly. Okay. Now I'm going to go on the record here, guys. I liked her better when she was like a sex worker adjacent. Okay. I liked her better when she was like, like nude modeling and taking pictures on airplanes with guns and shit like that, or laying on fur coats and shit. I thought that was way better than the empty vessel of like, being this weirdo, like super wealthy person, succubus hanging on to an adulterous husband, right? Like she should have just stayed with the modeling and dumped Trump and gone out and like started an OnlyFans or something. It would have been way more respectable, bro. Right? She had something there as like the feisty, early like sex worker adjacent, but really, I don't know, she was reckless with it. But she became this like high society like weirdo. It's like she got cheaper and more gross the more she covered up and became this like Gucci, imposter. Okay. And particularly staying with a husband who is, cheating on you like 100 times. Like, I don't like that shit unless you two are playing it, right? It'd be different if she had a bunch of boy toys and was like just living the whole, he cheats on me, I cheat on him, and we have an arrangement. But she's not like that, man. She's like the weird, those weird photos with Barron. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, like this shit, like, what is this, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit's just weird. Okay. And so, now she has this, whatever. She's got this movie, this documentary. But guys, it's not a documentary. It's going to be like a fashion film for a billionaire succubus. That's what it is. Okay. She's in there. It follows her around. I'm sure it's portraying her as some like decisive person who's having a big impact on the campaign and like, whatever, heralding some bullshit story about their life, their fake marriage, their fake family. Their whole family is nothing but grifters, and the whole thing is a con. And yet, we knew that the cult was going to show up, okay? So when the Rotten Tomatoes came out, guys, okay, the Rotten Tomatoes comes out, and look at what we got. Okay, the Rotten Tomatoes comes out, and what we got is the tomato meter. Look at that, 11% on the reviews, because we know this thing is empty. It's a void. It's terrible. But look at that, dude. The audience, dude, look at it. 99%, guys. Dude, or should we say the cultometer? The cultometer, okay? 99%. I'm surprised it's not 100, okay? I'm serious, because you know it's the cultometer, bro, right? Dude, 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪, right? Dude, Leningrad loves it. Dude, you know the cult. Now, the news is in, though, guys. You ready? It did take in $8 million, okay? It took in $8 million. Yeah, no, I know, Duke, right? The cult movies, they get this, but let's look at Melania. Let's look at it. The cult movies always get this, okay? Because they're going to get botted, and they are most certainly going to have the cult people who go in and give it like 5 of 5 stars, okay? But it did take in $8 million, okay? Debuts to empty theaters and harsh reviews. Now, Melania, though, she has been pimping this thing. Like, dude, I have not seen her, like, the tweet storm. Have you noticed the tweet storm? Dude, and I mean, the edits of this shit are so fast. Like, every cut is like 1 second, because you realize that editorially, they have to cut every second, because she's so scowling. I mean, look at this, guys. If you look at this, like, let's just look at why they have a cut every 2 seconds. All of her trailers are like cut, like one of those fast fashion films. But can I just show you why? Hold on, let me save this. Here's why. Look at them, bro. Oops. Look at them, dude. Dude. Right? Oh, sorry. Let me get that. Let me get it. Here we go. Dude. They're not well, bro. Right? That is like their permanent look. Scowling. Right? What did the guy say? What did the guy say, dude? Remember our little thing? Preening, scowling void of pure nothingness. And then, hold on, let me clear up some of these windows. All right? And then you look at it, and you're like, that's exactly what it is, guys. It is like scowling, okay? So this, guys, is why the trailers are edited cut. Because if you, it is one of those things, guys. And let me just tell you, all right? Let me just tell you, okay, let me just tell you, there's a facade, okay? And this is a very 1950s thing, all right? I'm going to take you back a little bit, okay? In the 80s, I worked with a bunch of 60-year-old women, okay, that were like, now working in the UCLA marketing department. And they used to tell me stories about the 50s, okay? And about how in the 50s, there were one-income families, and everybody was moving into suburban houses, and the man was working, and the woman's job was to take care of like 5 to 7 kids and cook and clean and do the laundry, and the women were like broken, okay? They used to get diet pills. There was a serious problem in the 40s and 50s, especially in the 50s, where women were taking diet pills just to have enough energy. They were taking amphetamines to be able to like get their work done, okay? And they used to borrow them from each other. And then they would take pills to go to sleep, Right? And so they were like, there was a lot. So now the reason why I'm bringing this up, okay, hold on. Pinfold says, I heard Trump is no longer physically able to golf. He might not be. But now, so why am I bringing this up? Okay, I am bringing this up because of the facade, okay? Because what would happen is when you looked at the women in the 50s with their nails and their coiffed hair and their impeccable dress in a perfectly clean house, smiling with the kids and the husband and the families, it looked like, oh my God, this is the prototypical life, the happy family, the American dream. But if you paused, if you didn't just snap it for a second in the right smile, if you paused and pushed in and you let them after that smile, you would see that the women were wrecked. Okay? The people living these fake lives are wrecked. People living a facade. If you pause long enough for them to let down the camera ready face, you see that they are wrecked. They are devastated. And like, that's what Melania is in Trump too. If you give them a moment to put down their facade, you catch them and you realize they are gutted. They're devastated. They are victims of their predatory behavior, their greed, their power mongering, their transactional nature. They are shells of human beings, which is why they wield power. They're pedos. They protect the rich and wealthy. They engage in, sending masked marauders out into the streets to beat people up, and they convince themselves that they're in the right. Okay? They're devastated. And this movie is more of that. In every one of these photos, if you look at her, dude, she's just, they don't have a good life, boss. All of this shit is phony. This is all fake. I don't know what this little thing over here that keeps popping up is for. I don't know why that's even there, right? But even her smile is like so fake. Everything about this is so fake. This whole movie is so fake. And sure, at the Kennedy Center, right? You know why this is packed at the Kennedy Center, guys? Hold on, let me fix. We blew up the chat. Let me fix this shit. Give me a minute here. Let me get it back on live chat. There we go. All right. So, remember the starfucker shit we talked about in Hollywood? Okay. The reason why the Kennedy Center is packed for Melania is because every person in this room is in Donald Trump's pocket. Okay? And so when you wield the amount of power that they do and the way they're wielding it ruthlessly and relentlessly, they can fill the Kennedy Center because all of these people are in Trump's pocket. Okay? They own these guys. All right, this fake fraudulent clapping. Oh, I mean, we've seen the North Korea cabinet meetings where everyone's like, oh, Trump, you are the greatest president. We need to put you on Mount Rushmore. Now, with the Epstein dump, we're finding out that, like, they may have blackmailed these people. Okay, they could have blackmail on all these guys. This shit is, like, dirty. It's all fake, okay? At the vandalized Kennedy Center, yeah, that Trump put his name on it. Pine box. All right. All right. Dude, yeah, this is all fake. Okay? It's all fake. But now, let's look at some of these reviews, shall we? Dude, we got to check some of these reviews because we know this movie is an 11%. Like I said, I'm going to go see it. Okay? I'm going to go see it. I'm going to report back to you. I'm going to do a little book report. But dude, let's look at, okay, what does it say? All right, so here we go. We got somebody from the Irish Times says, not active, forceful propaganda in the school of Leni Riefenstahl's films about the Nazis. Melania, the movie, appears keener on inducing narcolepsy in its viewers than energizing them into massed marching. All right, this guy from The Wrap says, I have no idea why she was okay with this movie being released because Brett Ratner couldn't find the humanity in a funeral, literally. Now, dude, Brett Ratner, the guy who directed this, guys, he, of course, is in the Epstein files, and he is like deep in the Epstein files. Okay, Brett Ratner has a host of SA accusations on his own. There he is. He is like smarmy. Okay, he's a Harvey Weinstein looking graper. He's had many SA accusations, always like they paid off, they disappear. There he is on Epstein Island with Jean-Luc Brunel. That is Jeffrey Epstein's modeling partner, MC2 partner, the famed like abuser from France who also went to prison for graping and also unalived himself or was offed in prison. Okay, a couple years after Epstein went down. There he is. Look at him, hugging him. Just look at these guys. Look at how gaunt he is. You can see his ribs. I mean, I'm sure the blow was flowing. But guys, there's more. Okay, we have Ratner here. Okay, we have Ratner appearing. And look at these guys. Look at that. You see this? Look at that. There's Trump and Robert Kraft from the Patriots, the billionaire Patriots owner. Hey, guys, do you remember Robert Kraft? You remember him, guys? You remember what Robert Kraft was known for? You remember a while back that Robert Kraft went to a Jack Shack in Florida? He went to one of those like trafficking massage parlors where the women, you know, kind of finish the massage, but they're not really there by their own accord. One of those dime store places. He's a billionaire, and he goes to the cheap place in the strip mall in Florida, gets busted. Remember? I mean, with his fake tan, dude, he is just like Trump. These guys are so smarmy. No charges, of course, dude. All of these guys are so smarmy. There he is, like, oh, giving her the fucking, yeah. He's like, yeah, Epstein cult for the win, baby. Oh, Epstein. Oh, Melania, I'm going to cheat on you again with Epstein. All right, well, let's look at Ratner, okay, shall we? Because look at this, guys. Again, you have 37 people in Melania and Trump's orbit that are central to the Epstein situation. They're all over this thing. They're all lying about it. They're all getting caught in this. Look at that. Look at Brett Ratner with his arms wrapped around some young victim. Look at Epstein looking. There's another picture that shows him. There it is. Look at those guys. There they are. Dude, Epstein, two young girls, Brett Ratner. Okay? This is the director of her movie, guys. They're fucking with us. Okay? Like, look at that, guys. This is the director of the movie. Okay? There he is. Okay? There he is with Epstein and some girl, a redacted girl. And there he is with Melania Trump, dude. Of course he is. Okay? And yes, and that is the director. Okay? This is the director that all of the MAGA people are worshiping. Okay? All of the MAGA people are worshiping, right? Oh, yeah. Do we have a boot? We have a boot later. Smell ya. Sorry, buddy. No trolls. Dude, they're worshiping these guys. Sorry, I need to collect this shit. I'm going to need this shit. All right? For videos and thumbnails. Dude, isn't that wild? Like, they're worshiping this guy. Look at him, though. Look at his face, man. He's like, if you just look at his face, you just look at his eyes, dude. This guy's a shark, bro. Okay? All of these people are sharks. Okay? They are all sharks. You know? And yeah, they're giving a 99%. I mean, guys, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me just tell you, dude, this movie may as well be directed by Epstein himself. And I'm sorry, guys, there's a lot of people I love. I love David Fincher. Okay? I love David Fincher. I'm obsessed about his movies. Back when I went into film school, I looked up like his sound guys and his editors. I went and reached out to them on Facebook. I met them. I went to LA and met these guys, because I love Fincher so much and I wanted to get the inner scoop on him and maybe try to meet Fincher. Yes, I am one of those networking, whatever, schmoozy guys. But like if David Fincher made a movie with Brett Ratner or Jeffrey Epstein being the producer, dude, I wouldn't go watch that shit. Okay? I loved Louis C.K. I loved his comedy. I loved his TV show. Then we find out he was abusing women by like using his power to force them to watch him do shit before the comedy tours and abusing his power and being smarmy. Dude, Jenny and I watched a show not too long ago and we saw Louis C.K. as the producer. The minute we saw his name, we turned it off. We would not even watch the show because as much as I loved him, like, dude, he's dead to me. Okay? Like Louis C.K. would have to go on a very public campaign of like becoming a new man and publicly changing and becoming a voice of like, you know, he would have to become a public voice for like a decade of like healing and recovery to win me back. Otherwise, he's just dead to me, you know? And like, but MAGA, dude, they'll worship anybody, dude. They will, it doesn't matter. You can be a rapist, you can be an abuser. I mean, frankly, right? Frankly, some of these fucking, you know, some of these, like, I think Christianity is just, you know, the MAGA Christianity is really compatible with this type of abuse, guys. Let's be honest about it. Okay, in Missouri, they were fighting to be able to have child brides. Okay, you go to these evangelical churches and all the girls are getting abused by pastors, by youth group leaders. It is just ensconced in that evangelical, you know, Abrahamic religion culture. It is. It's just part of the deal. It's gross. Dude, it is gross, man. But dude, for me, I break up, okay? If you're a scumbag and shit, I break up, boss. I do. I break up. And yeah, this is why we do have to shut this shit down, guys. Dude, this is crazy. Dude, Fincher, though, Fincher's the man, boss. I love David Fincher. Were you guys talking about Fincher? Zodiac? So, dude, Zodiac, can I just tell you a quick little sidebar, okay? You go to TommyHarrington.net. I have a film website, okay? And it talks a little bit about my music, but there's a music video here, right here. Sean Flynn and the Royal We. It's a music video I directed. The band broke up shortly after. It's an amazing video. If you ever want to go watch it, it's on my IMDb page too, or you can watch it here at TommyHarrington.net. So I did this video and all winter, I had Final Cut Pro 6. Okay. I didn't have Final Cut Pro 7. Final Cut Pro 7 allowed you to work with transparencies. Final Cut Pro 6 did not. I had to render after every edit. If I made a cut, if I moved a fucking keyframe, I would have to render the section I was watching. So I spent all winter editing this shit, guys. Brutal. I mean, I can't even tell you because if you'll see what happened is the singer's dad brought a bunch of films of him when he was a kid. I designed this fantastic journey with shit projected outside. We had like a 1960s Buick Wildcat or some shit. I had the windows taken out and we had a camera flying through it. My friend Elliot Rocket, he's the guy who shot House of the Devil and X and Pearl and Maxine. Elliot was the director of photography. He's a good buddy of mine. We worked on this. This was actually the first project we ever worked on together. And we did it at a sound studio. It was an insane production. And then I edited all these home movies outside the car. And this video is crazy. It's a fucking work of art, dude. I am a stud. I'll go on record saying this. This was one of my early productions too. And it was the reason why I was able to do all the shit I did. The reason why I got into rooms in LA when I was trying to get a job directing was because of this fucking thing. But now the reason why I'm bringing it up is because someone mentioned Zodiac. So like I said, one winter, I worked on this, editing all of that film footage outside the window of that car and doing this shit, having to render every time I made an edit. So I spent about 2.5 months like working on this. I would put Bryce to sleep and I would stay up till 4 a.m. and then I would go to sleep and I would wake him up and then fucking sleep for a couple hours, take him to school. Then I would go home and crash, go pick him up. I worked every night all winter, right? I don't know, 2.5 months to finish this video. And I watched Zodiac the entire time. I had it on repeat with no audio or audio very low on my fucking big TV next to my editing station. So I watched Zodiac on repeat the entire time I edited this. That was my inspiration. That movie was what got me through this, dude. It was a very tedious amount of work, but it was good. You know, if you want to check it out, I highly recommend it. It's good shit, dude. But anyway, little sidebar, little Zodiac sidebar. Back to Melania. Dude, these guys, we know, Tony said, can we talk about Ashton Kutcher, trafficker, Diddy? I mean, we can at some point, but not really tonight because it's a little separate from the Epstein thing. But at some point, yeah, we can talk about that, right? On an off day, right? Where do you find it? You find it by either going to, you can do one of two things. You can either go to IMDb and you can look up Tommy Harrington, okay? And you can search me. You'll recognize me. You can go to IMDb and look me up and you can watch it there on my IMDb page. Or what you can do is you can go to TommyHarrington.net and you can watch it there on TommyHarrington.net. All right. Those are how. And on TommyHarrington.net, you can also watch a short film I made with Art Alexakis in it. And you can watch the Dick Strange trailer. I do have a short form TV on Amazon Prime called Dick Strange, American Made, that I originally wrote for Danger Aaron. One of the Jackass guys was supposed to be Dick Strange, but then he got busy and went out with the Red Bull tour. He was like taking photographs for the Red Bull like motocross tour, so he couldn't shoot it. And so then I had to rewrite it and I had to play Dick Strange. Okay, so you can watch the trailer of that. Yeah, dude, Dick Strange, pretty wild, dude. I made that in like 2017 and 2018, right? That I was trying to have a film career, guys, but it didn't pan out. Instead, I ended up getting famous playing Fortnite after I got depressed and none of my LA meetings worked out. I got depressed, I got addicted to a video game, and then I started streaming it on my PS4 in my living room, and the rest was history. But who knows? Maybe I'll go back and make movies again one day, right? You never know. You never know. I also made a lot of PSAs. You can watch some PSAs about, I did some work for a foundation in San Francisco called the U.S. Alliance to End Hitting of Children, right? The end, it's a stop spanking organization. There's a San Francisco foundation that is a bunch of very erudite scholars that have been studying corporal punishment in kids. And there was a 50-year research project done in Texas at the University of Texas, right? And it was fucking outrageous. Okay, so I worked a lot with that foundation. I grew up in a very abusive household, and I witnessed firsthand the emotional dysregulation of that shit. And so I did a lot of work. I won some awards doing work around that. And you can find out about that at TommyHarrington.net. And if you want a film career, start in SFX. No. If you want to fucking grind your life into the dirt and make no money, start in SFX. But oh my God, dude, that's the worst place to start. Are you kidding me? Dude, that is like, those guys are so abused. Oh my God, dude, special effects. Dude, they get so abused and they have to like undercut. They have to take like lowest bid and shit. Dude, they get like their dicks ground in the dirt, bro. Dude, special effects people, it's horrible, dude. And then the company like does a movie and then what'll happen is they have to bid low to get the contract, okay? And then after the end of the movie, dude, they're bankrupt. Like the company goes bankrupt, and a lot of times, sometimes the people don't even get their last paychecks. dude. And they like the hours. Oh my God, dude. Right? You were spanked on the daily and never hurt you in any way. And well, I don't know, dude. Lainey, did you have kids, Lainey? You say, do you have kids of your own? Right? And you know, and did you hit them? Did you spank your kids? I'm curious about that, right? Because if you look at the Texas study, okay, there is a you don't have kids or you have kids and you don't spank them, right? Like give me some more information. Oh, no kids. Okay. Yeah. Well, so here's the deal. And the thing about it is I understand that you say you were spanked on the daily and it never hurt you in any way. I get it. And that is a very common reaction. Okay? That is one of the common reactions. There are basically three things that happen. Okay? One is people are spanked and they recognize this is wrong, this is harmful, the parents shouldn't be doing that. And those are the people that go out and get therapy and they heal the emotional dysregulation that comes from it. Okay? Group 2 are people who are like, dude, it didn't affect me at all, and it was good for me. I benefited from this. And that is part of the Stockholm syndrome that is associated with it. Now, those people, okay, normally those people who believe it did good for me, it was good for me, if they have kids, they will spank their kids, okay? And then that's the thing where you see, right now they're hitting their kids, they're continuing the cycle, which is what happens. You never have somebody who says, hey, it was good for me, and they have kids, and then they don't spank their kids, right? That's one thing you don't discover in that 50-year thing. And like, so like, I mean, obviously I'm not here to tell you how you are, Lainey, but I will tell you that if you go to the University of Texas and you look at, and I mean, even you using the spoiled rotten, that's a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a thing. Like, spoiled rotten is like, you know, that spoiled rotten term is it's a dysfunctional term. Because what does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, that means the kids aren't abused is what that means. And like anybody who's not abused is spoiled rotten. Yeah, that's not healthy. But I encourage you to go look at, I encourage you to do, go look at the 50-year Texas study and to go look at some research about spanking and to maybe even go and get a therapist and talk to a therapist about your spanking and you know what I'm saying? About your spanking and shit like that. And, and see what happens, right? See, put it to the test. You say, wow, it was really great for me. So, all right, go into an environment and talk about it and explore it and see if you feel that way after you've explored it. I encourage you. And so the thing about this, though, is what's interesting about you say that her kid is never disciplined and their kid's an asshole. Okay, so the kid's not an asshole because they're not disciplined. The kid is an asshole because there's some emotional dysregulation in your sister. Okay, like you said, it was your sister. Okay, so your sister or your niece or whatever, I don't know who it is. Whoever's doing the abuse. Oh, your sister has a daughter. So I'm assuming your sister was hit by your mom as well. So the reason why your sister's daughter is an asshole is not because your sister never disciplines her or doesn't spank her. It's because your sister was hit. So your sister is emotionally dysregulated. So your sister is like raising a kid. You're seeing a kid who got raised by somebody who is as emotionally dysregulated from being hit. That's why the kid is an asshole, not because they're not being hit or because they're not being punished. It is like that kid is a sign of your sister's emotional dysregulation from being hit and being abused as a kid, okay? And that's how it goes. You know what I'm saying? That's how it goes. Like, for example, you ready? I have a kid, okay? I have a kid who's 20 years old. I never hit him. I hardly even yelled at him. There weren't even any rules. There was no discipline in our house whatsoever. Okay. Now, my kid's not perfect. He has issues. Everybody's got issues, but he's a good human being. He's actually like respectful and caring and compassionate. And he is all that not because of like, one, I didn't abuse him. And two, it went beyond me not hitting him. At one point when he was like 7 years old, he told me, Dad, when you grit your teeth, I think you're going to hit me. And I got really mad at him. Like, dude, I got hit by my dad. All I do is grit my teeth when I'm angry. How dare you tell me that? But I actually listened to him. I talked to my therapist. I worked through it, and I decided to stop gritting my teeth. So that's what I did. My kid said, hey, Dad, I know you've never hit me, but every time you grit your teeth, I feel like you might. And so I stopped gritting my teeth for that kid. Is that spoiled rotten? Maybe. I don't fucking care. The kid was feeling traumatized by my behavior. It's not my job to traumatize my fucking kid. It's my job to help my kid take care of his emotions, right? And dude, my kid turned out great, right? But he turned out great because I healed, okay? I healed my trauma of being hit and being damaged and shit. So anyway, my thing is if you've been hit as a kid and you think it was good for you, you think that discipline was helpful to you, I challenge you to go find a therapist and talk about that with them for like a year or so, and then see what happens to your life if you go in there and start exploring that shit. Because I guarantee you, it was not good for you. There is like a fucking $100 million worth of research all over the country. I can point it to you. They've been studying it in juvenile facilities when children are small, when their brains cannot like concept necessarily right and wrong, and adults are trying to punish them for having broken things. That hitting, that violence creates a stimuli in the body and the brain and the nervous system. Okay. It activates the nervous system in a way that causes all manner of problems, from like, inability to focus, a lack of compassion. You might walk around looking at other kids that aren't disciplined enough, and you might be really resentful of them. And that's coming from your own emotional dysregulation. When with better emotional regulation, you might see that your sister's kid is problematic because of your sister and her lack of boundaries. And it has nothing really to do with the discipline. It's really about your sister's emotional condition that's fucking that kid up. Right. And again, I'm not going to tell you what to do or who to be, but I will tell you that there is nobody who gets hurt by their parents, physically harmed, whether it's with a belt. It doesn't have to be excessive. It's like anytime you activate that nervous system reaction by scaring and traumatizing a kid in that way, it does permanent, like, even if microscopic damage, right, on us. It affects us, and it can harden us in certain ways. It can make us deal with resentment in certain ways. It can deprive us of certain types of softness. And again, I just say, if you've been there and you think it doesn't bother you, well, challenge that idea, right? Why not? What does it hurt? You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Let's go. There you go. All right. Unable to discipline her at all. Let's go. Oh, shit. Let's go, baby. Dude, yeah, there is, it's just very harmful. And the research is in, guys. The research is in. And so if it's just one of those things, right? Where, you say, oh, it doesn't affect you. You're fine. You're good. That's great. I think there's even more for you out there. That one got chat winded up. I mean, dude, it's a hot button topic though, because if you go and look at the studies, you see that there's a break, right? There's like it's not even like 50-50, but a certain number of people, the minute they get hit as a kid, they just know it's wrong. And for whatever reason, they never let go of knowing it's wrong. And they go out and they eventually confront it and heal it. and they hold their parents responsible for the behavior, you don't necessarily have to end your relationship with them, but you do process that it was not your fault. That was them dumping their emotional dysregulation into you, and you process and go through with it. And then there are a group of people that believe they benefited from it, and they believe it did them good, but they also share very common ways that they look at behavior and how they judge the people around them and how they judge kids. And they often will either have no kids because they subconsciously don't want to repeat that shit, right? They know on some level, or they have kids and they're the ones who spank their kids. It's the people that have talked themselves into believing it was beneficial for them. They are the ones that then go out and become repeat offenders and pass that abuse on down the line. And then their kids either become the ones who recognize this is wrong, fuck this, I ain't doing it. And for me, I was the only one, I think, or maybe there were maybe 2 of us out of the 7 kids in my family. Everyone else became hitters, okay? They all became hitters. And you know, when you go and look at the University of Texas and you go and look at, it is this, you ready? Here we go, U.S. Alliance to End the Hitting of Children. All right, these are the people I work for, okay? And let's go to this site, Ending Corporal Punishment. They want to make it illegal. They want to make it so it is fucking illegal. You hit your kid, you fucking go to jail. And I couldn't agree more. But if you look at this, if you look at these guys, George, right? George Holden, this guy is fucking, he's spent his life studying this shit, okay? He is been around, dude. He's done endless amount of studying. These people have been fucking working on this shit for ages. I did some work with these guys. If you go to TommyHarrington.net, I'll show you. There are 2 pieces here that I did for the U.S. Alliance. One of them was for a Florida congressman named 𝗙𝐿𝐶 Hastings. That was this one right here. It was the Hastings bill. Florida congressman, he's dead now. 𝗙𝐿𝐶 Hastings was trying to end corporal punishment in schools, and it was a national legislation, the House of Representatives. I created this. That's what those awards came from. And then for a while, me and the woman who had StopSpanking.org, we were trying to create a documentary, and I did this 60-second spot for endhitting.org that is about the effects of corporal punishment. And then we were going to make a documentary, actually. We just couldn't get the funding together, but we were going to make a documentary about like, you know, people that have been spanked, right? It was going to be a fly on the wall type of thing. You know, was there an upset in Texas? We'll look at that in a minute. But again, a sidebar. All right, here we go. Dude, let's look at a couple of reviews. All right, let's go, baby. We love you, though. I love you, Lainey. I love you. I hope you go out there and explore that shit and just see what is underneath that stuff, right? Dude, these sidebars might be more crucial than the content. Dude, I know, dude. Well, you're always going to get the sidebars, though, guys, because let me just tell you, guys, like, I'm not here. I mean, I'm here because I love politics. I love the study of power, okay? I love exploration of power, both in myself, in my relationships, in the world, and the powerlessness that allowed me to overcome addiction. I mean, I am a student of power, okay? And empowerment and powerlessness. I love it. I've been exploring that my whole life. And I do love politics, and I'm trying to make the world a better place. But I am also, though, trying to shine a light on how we do and don't process power, and how that power and powerlessness affects us, how it affects our relationships, how it affects our killing the planet and killing each other, and socially, how we hold down marginalized groups and women, and how, you know, we react to having privilege and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? It is all about power. And capitalism is mostly about taking away people's power. And that's why they resent socialism, because socialism is about trying to distribute power to people who don't have it. And they really, really like resent socialism. You know what I'm saying? They really resent fucking, you know, that idea of like giving power and not wielding it. But yeah, man, the sidebars are great. All right, you ready? So let's look at some of these fucking popcorn meter. Okay. Do we look at the verified audience? Oh, look at this though, guys. So the verified audience is 99%, but look at the all audience, guys. All audience is only 27%. Isn't that fascinating, guys? Right? You know what I mean? And no, Miss Siren, you're not wrong, right? What Siren says right there is that, you know, like Lainey and I grew up in a society where our strict parents, you know, moms and dads or both, right? They physically disciplined us because they were taught that that's the way you discipline and take care of. But what's wild about it, guys, is that the husbands used to do that to their wives. If Lainey, right? I'm assuming Lainey's a woman. If Lainey had been, you know, born 50 years earlier, her husband would have disciplined her the same way her mother did. And society would have told her that that was all right, that she deserved it and it was good for her. And guys, I'm going to play my piece. Hold on, you got to see my piece here, okay? That I won the awards for because I feel like it's important. But you ready? This was the thing for the congressional campaign. And again, it's dramatized, it's ramped up, but you'll get the idea. I know.
He hasn't turned it in.
Come here!
For some kids, this is the office they go to every day.
Don't you ever do this again!
I hope you know how valuable you are to us. This is for your own good.
There it is, dude. If hitting doesn't work in your office, why would it work in theirs? Right? And now it's a little heavy-handed and aggressive because obviously there the hitting sounds very intense. But that's the basic idea behind it, is that, I mean, there's a couple things. The last thing I'm going to say here is the thing that is so complicated about this stuff is that when you really look at it, the hitter, the parent disciplining, they are often like the belt or the hitting shows up when the parents receive a certain level of emotional dysregulation. So it's not always consistent because they're being hit not because of the child's behavior. They're being hit because of the parents reaching a point of no return in their level of frustration or their feelings like they have lost control or they have been disrespected or their kid has like done a behavior that is endangering them or their kid's not going to grow up right and so there's a transaction that takes place where the parent reaches a certain point and then the action of hitting is dumping that parental fear and powerlessness into the kid's emotional fucking system, right? And the thing about it is again, it is like it can even be, it does not have to be severe. Okay? It does not have to be severe. And again, like what you said, seriously, we would be laughing. It was silly. There was never any pain or tears or injuries, just a lot of laughter. So you're saying your parents disciplined you with a spanking and you laughed at it and your mom was laughing and everybody was having a laugh party while they hit you? That's fucking demented. Okay? I'm sorry. That's fucking demented. Okay? That's even more demented than if you were crying. Somebody hit you and everybody was laughing about it. Like, okay. Dude, please. All right, moving on. Dude, come on. Like, yeah, it was so fun. All right. So, you should do that in the office. Right? You guys, you and your husband or whatever, right? Or you and your wife, if I don't know how you swing, but you guys should all hit each other when you fucking fuck up and share the laughter. Dude, I mean, much love to you though. All right, there you go. Dude, but yeah, shit is fucked up. And anyway, though, they are, again though, guys, they're still working tirelessly to try and make spanking illegal in America. And I hope one day, guys, we did. I hope one day we do it. Okay, we do it. And I mean, dude, laughing at that shit, that is like a Stockholm syndrome like response, right? That is a cover. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You have to be Hispanic to understand. I mean, I guess, but it doesn't matter. Hispanic doesn't change how your nervous system works, and doesn't change how human brains form and how they form connections, how neurons, like your Hispanic culture doesn't override the neurons of your fucking human brain and your nervous system. Like, you know what I mean? And so what you're saying is that a Hispanic culture has developed some ginormous coping mechanism to hide a bunch of generational trauma that y'all are carrying around, right? And of course it's in your DNA, but it's generational trauma that if you really love your Hispanic heritage, you should try to be one of the people who roots out that generational trauma and frees your people from it, because your people are victimized by it. And there's a lot of that trauma in the black culture here in America too. It's a vestige of enslavement and shit. And like, yeah, that is in your generational trauma. It was in my generational trauma. The German drunks, they brought it over here from Germany. It was, it's in our DNA. But you know what? I fucking changed our fucking DNA because that shit ain't healthy. That ain't healthy, and like, so I'm just saying, I know it's in your DNA, and I know that you guys have a coping mechanism that you have finally honed over generations of people passing that shit down. But I still encourage you to go and challenge that, like in your DNA, and maybe change it, because your people actually need it to be changed, whether you believe it or not. Okay, we all need to change this shit. This is where war comes from. This is where, right? If you trace back in our cultures, whether it's Hispanic or black or Persian or fucking German or whatever, you go back far enough and you see where that shit comes from. Okay, that shit is in our DNA. War is in human DNA, right? But again, you're never gonna talk me into this shit. All right, you're never gonna talk me into this shit, because I've seen the data. I've worked for the people, right? I've seen the fucking Stockholm syndrome shit. Dude, the yelling is even damaging. Dude, I had a problem with the yelling, guys. The yelling is damaging too, man. It's just trauma. All of it is trauma. And if you experience trauma and you laugh about it to pretend like it's not affecting you, that doesn't change the fact that you experienced trauma. It is just a different coping mechanism, okay? And when you're hit as a kid, your body and brain experience trauma. And I don't care what coping mechanism you and your parents and your friends and your families and your heritage have all cooked up to cover that shit up, you are still like, there's shit in there that needs healing. And we as human beings, we all should be doing this, whether we're white or German or Hispanic or black or what have you. It's like we as human beings need to be healing our generational trauma. And if you don't want to, that's fine. But I'm never gonna believe you're not carrying trauma, okay? And like, because you are, and because I've studied it, and it's a science. It's like, but I do encourage people, if you think it was no big deal, go to therapy, talk about it for 2 years and see what happens. See what you discover there, right? Look into it, right? If you're confident of it. I mean, guys, and I say this for everything. Like, I did this with religion, right? I grew up very religious. I was studying to be a pastor. We had a lot of evangelicals in my family. It was in our DNA. It was a family thing, this deep religion. I still have people that are evangelicals, Assembly of God. They build churches in Romania, etc. My family members. I decided to challenge it because I believed it. I was certain of it. So let's put it to the test, right? I do that with everything, right? You got to challenge. And then, right, if you fucking challenge it and you explore it for a little bit and look at all sides of it and like, you know, it's only going to make it stronger, right? Dude, let's go. But all right, anyway, we're going to move on. All right, we're going to move on because the other thing I do know that trying to convince somebody to like heal their generational trauma is like, you can't really do it. They have to discover that on their own. But like, I don't know, maybe you hear me. Maybe somewhere around there, like what you've heard tonight will resonate with you down the road. You never know. But I always say it though. I do encourage you, okay? It's this study, right? Right here. Right? This one. Okay? I mean, there's a lot of this. There's a brief, but it was from Austin, Texas. But they did a 50-year study, guys. There's a lot of research on this. Just Google it. Fucking Texas 50-year study. You'll find it. Oh my God, there's a lot. And I mean, Europe is very forward on this. There are countries in Europe where they've already outlawed it. But the last thing I'll say is this, is that if there's one thing I could accomplish in this life, it would be to make spanking of kids a fucking punishable, right? Where if parents hit their kids, the parents go to jail, right? Boom. No questions. I don't care what your fucking heritage is. I don't care what you like, how good you think it is, how much you guys are enjoying it, right? If a parent hits a kid, parent goes to jail, right? You know what I mean? It's like, dude, they're working on it, guys. They're working on it. It's hard though. It's hard because religion, okay? Religion is what ensconces it. The same way that religion used to ensconce the discipline of the wife, okay? But women got their rights and eventually they were able to stop their husbands being able to beat them. You know what I'm saying? And like, but the hitting of the kids is next. Dude, yeah, no, Assembly of God is crazy. All right, you ready? Look at this though, guys. Look at this. Did you notice this? Isn't this crazy? Verified audience is 99%. Okay. All audience is 27%. You know what I mean? One thing I do want to say though, you ready? Is Anne-Marie says here, kids need boundaries. They look for them. But this is a thing I want to point out, guys. And this is one of the things about spanking. Spanking is bad boundaries. Okay? Spanking is no boundaries. Spanking is a parent is emotionally dysregulated and they can't manage that dysregulation. So then they dump their dysregulation through the spanking onto the kids because it is a lack of boundaries. And in fact, if you have good boundaries, you recognize your own emotional dysregulation, you know where you end and the child begins, and you're able to meet the child's behavior in a much different space, right? And so that's the irony is people think corporal punishment is establishing boundaries, but it is actually a parent without boundaries engaging in not recognizing the difference between their dysregulation and the behavior of the kid, okay? And that's what creates that storm of hitting. And it's a very complex mechanism, right? That is because the boundary comes from, you know, like a boundary just comes from providing a safe space for the kids. Even when you think about boundaries for a kid, you know what a boundary looks like? Is a kid fucked up. They broke a rule. They know you're disappointed in them. They know you're ashamed of them. They feel ashamed. They feel like shit. And so a boundary is creating a safe space around that kid where the kid can experience his shame for what he did and how he feels like he disappointed you. And you help nurse him while he contends with his own feelings of shame and disappointment, and you give him a safe space, right, where he can be mad at you, and you can be mad at him, and you can be mad at yourself, and he can be ashamed of himself, and you all work that out in a boundary-shaped space where it's safe for you guys to go through that experience together. The boundary is not like I'm putting you in a cell, I'm restricting you. The boundaries are about spaces where people are safe to experience their own emotional condition, right? And have it be allowed. Like it's like they can expand up to that edge and experience things. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, all right, moving on. Let's get to these reviews. Now I'm done. Now I'm done officially. But guys, this is pretty telling here. Okay, look at this shit. The verified audience is 99%, but the all audience is only 25 or 27% and 5,000 ratings. So this thing has gotten really terrible ratings, except from the verified audience. So you got to wonder, are the verified audience, are those bots, right? The verified audience, I bet those are bots, right? Wouldn't all the bots be verified audience? I mean, there's only like 500 of them, but shall we look at some of these fucking reviews, right? Let's see what we got. Okay, so let's see the verified audience. You ready? Deborah, excellent movie. Well done, thoroughly enjoyable. Such a pleasure to see real class. Classy movie. Loved every minute of it. A very private look at the work put in before inauguration shows her commitment to the children in need. Very educational. She does a lot for children. Be best, right? It was a magical, awesome experience starting the first songs. All the songs were great. Melania is the most poised, beautiful, inside and out first lady. Dude, wonderful documentary. Totally recommend. Absolute class act documentary. She epitomizes grace and love of country, right? Oh my God, dude. A great look at the person. Nothing to dislike. What an amazing movie for our beloved First Lady. Dude, this is hilarious. Dude, you notice, though, do you guys notice that every review is like, every one of these reviews is like the same thing? I loved it. It was perfect from beginning to end. She saves the children. She is so classy, beautiful, nothing wrong with it. But none of them talk about like, you know, this movie had an effect on me. I realized the intensity of like, you know, like being a famous, you know, reality TV star wife, or it showed a side of her dealing with being famous and having to deal with Trump's infidelities and how she's constantly under the gun. You know what I mean? There's nothing about it that is like about the reality of her being a woman who is, you know, in the middle of this maelstrom, guys. Trump is coming into power. He's a convicted felon. He's got rape charges. You know what I'm saying? He is like went through this crazy racist campaign, January 6th, lying about the election. The Epstein shit is broiling. And in the center of all that, he has been, you know, unfaithful to her 500 times. And like, how is that being a woman going into that again with all that shit? What is that really like? Dude, they're not covering any of that shit. They're not getting into the truth of this at all. It's just Melania is famous and like all the, you know, she's doing this all for the kids. Be best, be best. Dude, this is all phony, right? All of this shit. Very interesting and insightful. Such a caring, wonderful woman. You want to laugh, cry, and change your life. Loved Melania. Okay, she is so beautiful. Dude, I don't know who that's not even Melania. Dude, the movie was revealing, timely, and well-produced, right? Dude, absolutely loved Melania. I love that one, dude. Dude, Melania. Dude, my favorite Melania is without a doubt Melania. All right. Dude, beautiful look inside the White House. Being non-biased, it was pretty good, but I gave it 5 stars, right? There you go, dude. Being non-biased, it was pretty good. It was 5 stars is pretty good, right? I give it 5 stars, right? She seems so stoic normally. It's nice to see how smart, compassionate, and funny she is, right? So again, this movie is just about you know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, I know, Professor, you're right. After I see the movie, maybe I'm going to come back and maybe I'm going to be won over. Okay, maybe I'm going to go see this movie. I mean, guys, I am well aware that when I go see this movie, I am taking in some animosity towards Trump and towards Melania and towards the whole, like, the presidency. So I have a bias that I'm carrying into the theater with me. And so I am going to, like, be aware of that bias as I pick apart that movie and as I see if there's a moment or two that I like about it, okay? Like, for example, Angel Studios, okay? We went and saw this terrible Angel Studios movie. Oh my God, it was so bad, dude. It was about a drug-addicted kid living out of his car and a dude from Igby Goes Down, the dude who played Russell, the drag queen guy in Igby Goes Down. He was the main teacher character in this Angel Studios movie. And this movie was fucking terrible. But in the middle of that movie, there was one scene where he got the kid a camera for Christmas and the kid opened it up and was like moved when he saw the camera. And there was like one fucking scene in there that was like, wow, that was real. That moment right there was fucking real. It was genuine. It was unfortunate, though, that whoever directed that movie couldn't tell the difference between that real moment and all of the not real moments. So there was a real moment that happened with those actors and he captured it on film. But unfortunately, he was not aware of what made a real moment to the point of where he could make all the other moments in the movie be real. Right? That was the problem. Is like he got a real moment that was beautiful and touching, but he didn't know it was a real moment, so none of the other moments were real. And that's a problem with some of those. But anyway, I was able to acknowledge the real moment. So if there is something in Melania, if they capture something, I'm gonna see it and I'm gonna recognize it. I'm gonna acknowledge it. I'm not gonna simply trash it because of my bias. And you know, but we'll see. We'll have to come visit. But again, though, like all of this is basically just about Melania. Oh, Melania's great. She's amazing. And look at how all of them are 5 stars, guys. Right? Oh, there's one that's like 4.5. But almost every one is like 8 words, 5 stars. Okay? 8 words, 5 stars. And like, so you know that this shit is like a clown show, okay? Right? It's like the same review written a million times, right? 5 stars, 8 words. Loved it, love her, right? This person said they wish it would have been further back, so they did deduct. All right, I'll give them that, right? Beautifully produced. Oh my God, unique opportunity. So these people are either bots or they're Melania cult that are there to see Melania. Okay, now, let's go back. Let's look at the all audience. Okay, this is where it gets a 27%. Okay, and here, what do we got here? You ready? Okay, now look at the 1-star movie, though, guys. Oh, you see this? The 5 stars, wonderful documentary, totally recommend. But look at the 1-star. This film has all the emotional candor of that inauguration speech she delivered like a malfunctioning Alexa reading cue cards. Words appear, meaning does not. The camera lingers, nothing arrives. It's an uncanny valley of personality, a woman-shaped silhouette filled with marketing foam. And let's be blunt, this is not storytelling, this is propaganda in a silk robe. It doesn't interrogate power, it powders it. It doesn't ask questions. It fluffs the pillows of a very particular political myth. I've seen Brett Ratner movies, and yes, he's a problematic mess of a man, but at least he understands what a scene is. Okay, so there he's even crediting Ratner's ability to direct, which Brett Ratner does have some ability to direct. Okay, he is a shitty human being, but Brett Ratner has directorial capability. He's not unskilled, guys, okay? And he says this film doesn't even know what conflict means. It floats from shot to shot like a perfume commercial that forgot to sell the perfume. This thing doesn't even try to persuade you. It assumes you're already sold. No friction, no risk, no soul. You're left outside staring at your own reflection in its shiny surface, wondering why anyone would call this truth. Now, guys, okay, that was, Brett Ratner was a bad director. I think he was good at what he did, guys. You know what I'm saying? You could argue that Brett Ratner's movies are not complex and his movies are not like a fucking David Fincher film or not like a Martin Scorsese film, but I thought he was good at what he did, okay? That he was good at creating exactly what the audience came to see, that entertained you in a way, you know what I mean? It's like, not saying his movies are good, but he was really good at making the type of movies he made, I thought, right? You know, but you know what I'm saying? That, my thing, I mean, there's a difference, right? Like, you know, like not everybody, you know, like a good director will get memorable performances, even if the movie is a slapstick, stupid ass comedy, right? You know what I'm saying? Like a classic example is like Raising Arizona, right? You go look at Raising Arizona. That movie is stupid. The characters in it are stupid. The people are fucking stupid. There's not even a fucking story. But when you watch it, it is profoundly directed because that stupid reality is created in a way that like leaves a fucking impression on you. It entertains you in a way, you know, that I think is really interesting, as opposed to, you know, you go watch an Angel Studios movie and like none of the performances are real. There's nothing memorable about it. It's just like everybody's telling you the story, you know. But again, dude, Ratner's a piece of shit, all right? I don't want you to think for a minute that I think he's a fucking good dude. But dude, that review though, I mean, you see the nuance there? Though, you see the nuance with that review? All right, let's see. This one says, they enjoyed the beautiful soundtrack. It highlights Melania's passion for this country, initiatives for children, her love of fashion, and her immense gratitude toward the U.S. The movie demonstrates she has a strong and gracious personality as a wife, mother, daughter, friend, and collaborator, that she's wielding her soft power for good in the second term. I would watch it again as it's inspiring. All right, so this one's a little more in-depth. But again, this movie is more about the way Melania is portrayed, right? I mean, do you notice that even with this review, this person is saying they're inspired, but this person loves it because it made Melania this superhero that is gracious and powerful and passionate. And like the way they see Melania, this movie has made Melania that way. But like, I think the point of a documentary, guys, you ready? If you're making a movie to make somebody look like a hero, that's making a commercial. That is making an advertisement. Okay? If you're making a documentary, the documentary is supposed to show you the truth. Okay? And the truth should have the ugly too. Okay? You right? Like, even if you're watching a documentary about somebody who changed the world, they show you how that person hit rock bottom. They show you how that person, the struggles, their failures, the part of them that was lacking, how they almost derailed, okay? It's supposed to show you an entire 360-degree fucking truth about the event and the thing, and not just, you know, an advertisement for how gracious and powerful and perfect they are, you know, right? And yes, there's supposed to be a character arc, even in documentaries, guys, okay? You know what I'm saying? And like, but all right, here we go. Let's see, what does this one say? If you're able to get past everything that went into how and why this was made, and if you want to spend money to make sure you stand up and walk out within 20 minutes, this is for you. I was given a link, and even watching at home and with my own comforts, this was painfully bad. What's lower than shallow? It's that. It's the performance of a documentary. There's not an honest moment in it. Why bother? It won't even help you go to sleep. It is unsettling and bizarre. And that's just it, right? Documentaries are supposed to be truthful. Okay, this one says feels patched together. This one says a great inside look at the person, the heart, and the values of the self-differentiated first lady. Dude, I don't know what that means. Dude, this person said, I don't know what happened. I went to see it as a joke, and the biggest joke was I thought it was just kind of good, but ended up wasting my time, right? This movie was so positive, nothing to dislike, absolutely terrible, nothing good about it, right? This one says, love seeing the behind the scenes. So, you know, when we get the other reviews in here outside of the verified, it becomes a little more like reasoned. It goes from 99% down to 27%. But I do think a lot of these verified reviews are paid or botted. I would say, okay, it does seem Melania is what happens when a film confuses not explaining anything with being profound. It drifts through scene after scene like it's allergic to plot, momentum, or basic human engagement. By the time it tries to land a point, I didn't care because the movie spent the entire runtime refusing to earn one. That's a really interesting review, right? That it's saying it did try to make a point, but because it didn't fucking like ground you in, it just sort of didn't show you anything. And then when the point gets there, you're supposed to be like, oh, she's so wonderful. But this person was saying they didn't care because it didn't relate a real character, right? And yeah, the verified definitely seem less real because the verified, I'm sure, are paid, right? I'm sure of it. But you look at most of these reviews are one-liners, guys, okay? Most of these reviews are one-liners. It looks like some get a little crazier, right? And this one, though, we got a behind-the-scene look at goes what into preparing for the inauguration. At what goes into preparing for the inauguration. Melania clearly loves America and represents us well as First Lady. But does she really? Does she really represent us? Does she represent immigrants? Does she represent transgender people? Does she represent Democrats? I don't think she does. I don't think Trump does. Trump certainly doesn't, and she doesn't push back on his lack of representing us. I mean, this is really, you know what I'm saying? This is really not being very truthful. You know, I mean, she only comes in and speaks in broken English while she basically says be best or that Donald Trump is great, even though she looks like she physically can't stand to be in the same fucking room with them, you know? But anyway, all right. So we look at the reviews, the 99%, we got 99% audience review from the popcorn meter, but that is verified, okay? And then when you look at it, if the unverified total is different. The unverified total is 27%, okay? 27%. And then the top critics and all critics are pretty much the same. Okay? So let's see a couple critics' reviews. There's only 19. This one says, it's everything a documentary shouldn't be except for the music. Okay? So apparently the music was great. All right? And then there's a long thing. Oh my God. Dude. I thought that was Sasquatch fucking Sunset, which is a thing I saw. Right? The pure naked instrument of graft and propaganda. Okay, Epoch Times says she's attempting to reach those closer to the middle and on the fence, meaning a majority of the American people. It's an ingenious, soft marketing masterstroke. So this guy, Epoch, which is a right-wing thing, he's at least acknowledging that it is a marketing film trying to, like, win over, right? But I'm going to give him a little credit because you know it's bullshit, okay? You know this paper, but he's acknowledging it as marketing. that it's not really a documentary, that it is, in fact, propaganda. I mean, marketing master stroke, you could say propaganda, you know what I'm saying? But, all right, we read Donald Clark's. This guy says, the significance of Melania isn't in the contents of the film so much the fact that it happened. Okay, I have no idea why she was okay with it being released. We saw that one. Melania mistakes its subject's fame for star quality and mistakes a life of leisure for one of accomplishment and importance, forcing Ratner to create a film that's all lazy patchwork. Now, we've seen that a lot, that it seems like the people who enjoyed it liked the music and the energy of it, that it was like watching a Melania commercial with really good music. That was like the fashion world, you know. And again, I'm not going to read the full review. I like this one, though. I'd rather rewatch January 6th. Ouch. Dude, right? And this, though, look at this. Wow. This is a powerful statement here, guys. Look at that. It's impossible not to feel that the real purpose of this portrait is not insight, but rather distraction from the awfulness and corruption of her husband's regime, right? And like, think about that though, guys. That like, it got me thinking, did Brett Ratner capture the fact, like, for example, I'm thinking of when I go there, MAGA goes there, and they're like, oh, Melania, she's so graceful, she's so great, she's such a queen, she does great things. But I wonder is if you're looking underneath the surface, are you going to see that Melania is posturing all that because she is attached to a vile fucking human being? And so that her coverage of being attached to this vile, abusive man who has degraded her in every way, and the fact that she sold a piece of her for the money and the power, that she is creating this image of this fashionable queen that is using her soft power to save the children. Is that how she copes? Is that how she copes? Right? I mean, this review may very well be like incredibly insightful. You know, that is interesting. I'm curious how I'm going to react to that. It says, look, Leni Riefenstahl was a terrible person, but at least she had some style. Accused sex pest, confirmed hack Brett Ratner, meanwhile, captures the proceedings with all the flair of an HGTV show. So, yeah, I think this person agrees with our member of chat who said Ratner's a terrible director. Dude, maybe he is. I don't know. I thought he was good at, like, at least he was good at the Rush Hour, but maybe I've not watched a whole bunch of Brett Ratner's movies. So it's possible that he is a hack who was just good at Rush Hour. Right? Maybe he had that fucking, right? Maybe he had that one gold one, you know? But this guy says, in the end, what transpired was mostly dull behind-the-scenes movements, offering little new insight, right? A hagiography would be an insult to hagiographies. It fawns so lavishly over its subject, you feel downright unpatriotic, not gushing over it. Interesting. You think he did one with Eddie Murphy, too? Yeah, what is Ratner's movies? Let's see what he directed. Money Talks, Rush Hour, After the Sunset, New York, I Love You. That was Tower Heist. See, I don't really know a lot of these. Oh, Red Dragon? Red Dragon was pretty good. Okay. I thought obviously the Rush Hours, he was creating widgets, but Red Dragon was pretty good. However, Red Dragon, you are dealing with some great fucking actors, which maybe he didn't do a lot of sculpting, because when you're working with Anthony Hopkins and shit, you know what I'm saying? When you're working with Anthony Hopkins, and this shit, you're working with some fucking crazy actors, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes if you're look at the crowd Norton, Hopkins, fucking Ralph Fiennes, Harvey Keitel. Like, you'd have to be a real fuck up to fucking, like, screw that movie up. You know what I'm saying? The Family Man. I don't know what that one is. I don't know if I've seen that. A lot of these movies are just fucking goofy ass, right? A Hugh Hefner biopic, right? Midnight Run. The original Midnight Run was good. I don't know about Midnight Run 2, but the original Midnight Run was good. And he's done some music videos and shit, all right? And a lot of, you know, Meet Mickey Rourke. So he's got some documentary shit. All right. But anyway, all right, Melania. Dude, thank you for the journey. You know, dude, is it 2 hours? Oh, fuck, bro. Dude. Dude, there it is, though, guys. What about the torture video? We don't know. We don't know what that means yet, boss. We're not going to overstay our welcome on that, right? I'm going to go make some videos. Okay? I am, right? I think we hit a lot of shit tonight. There's some ICE stuff that we'll cover, but we're probably going to cover tomorrow. We went on some good tangents, right? It's going to be a long 2 hours. I believe it is, dude. Dude, what is the Melania movie runtime? I just think, though, guys, like, one of the things that we have to process right now, and I don't know how MAGA is allowing this. I honestly don't. I guess maybe they're culted. They are programmed. They are firmly ensconced in, like, Jesus and shit. But I don't know how you look. Cenk on Tucker? Yeah, dude, let's do it. We'll do Cenk on Tucker. We'll do ICE. Tonight I wanted to do that little, like, Virginia Giuffre thing. Okay, I did. I needed to do the Virginia Giuffre thing. I really needed to acknowledge her because I know we talked a little bit about her last night. And I want to acknowledge some of these other survivors too. And we're going to look at some of this stuff. Dude, we are. I mean, guys, I'm telling you, we're going to be covering this for like 2 years. Okay, we are. This Epstein thing, guys, this is I think these files and whatever we go through, I think this is 5 years. I think this is going to go all the way into the 2032 election. Okay, I shit you not. Maybe even a decade. This is going to be a journey because it is, guys, when you think about it, when you think about American history, okay, it is America was founded on SA, okay? If you go back to the plantations, okay, you go back to the Pilgrims or whatever that came here, the Calvinists, the men beat the women, the men SA'd the daughters. This was like hardwired into this religious programming. They came here and they SA'd the natives. They SA'd the women on the plantations and they bore kids to create, you know, more workers. I mean, like SA has been firmly ensconced in abuse, enslaved capitalism from the beginning, and in feudalism and in the early religion. Like part of patriarchy is firmly ensconced in SA, and fascism and rape culture and fascism and monarchy and rape culture, all of that is like the same thing. It is like there's no consent and power rules, okay? Power takes what power wants without consent, and the person who has their shit stripped obeys and submits. And like, so this case is like tied into the fabric of the world society that we live in, man. This is going to be like, I feel like this case might be the dismantling of capitalism, guys. Okay? Like right here. This is capitalism. You know what I'm saying? This shit. Look at him though. Look at these guys. Bro, just like, you know, and I mean, we go back and we look at that Virginia Giuffre image of her at Naomi Campbell's birthday party. Look at her, like looking at the kid. What's that kid doing here? Ghislaine's over here. All these predators are in this environment. Virginia Giuffre is like 16, 17 on a yacht in the Caribbean. Dude, she was very young looking, man. She was a child, dude. And like so out of place, dude. So out of fucking place, bro. Like so out of the element, man. And wearing the exact same outfit, guys. Okay, wearing the exact same outfit, the pants and the tank top, wearing the exact same outfit she was wearing in this photo, guys. Right? Like she's literally on that yacht wearing the same clothes as the photo that Prince Andrew tried to say was fake, dude. Isn't that wild? He said, oh, this photo is fake. I don't remember. She's wearing the same outfit, guys. Her party outfit. There's the pants and there's the top. And this photo, dude, this is the photo that made people realize she's not lying. She's not lying. She went out on Prince Andrew. He said the photos are fake. This girl was never around. What would I be doing with this girl? And then boom, okay? It's the same party. I don't think it's the same party because guys, this photo is taken at her flat in London and this was on a boat in St. Tropez at Naomi Campbell's birthday party. Okay, so they're taking it two different times, all right? But I think this was just her dress up, her party outfit. When she went out to the parties, when she went out to the clubs, when she went out with these guys to the fancy party clubs, clubbing or whatever, that's what she wore. She wore her club outfit. It was her best outfit that she felt comfortable and right. And so you know here that they went clubbing. Okay, you know that they took this photo and they went out to some fancy club in London and then they came back and he fucking did his thing, bro. Right? That person's comment is pissing you off. What person's comment? Right? What person's comment is it? Oh, this one? In the same places she could have run, screamed, asked for help, or stayed home, and her parents, why didn't she accuse them? Right, no, this person, dude, yeah, I get it. Victim blamers. Dude, brutal, right? I mean, we know what that is, though. Dude, that is, right? Dude, that shit is bullshit. Right? That shit is bullshit. But screw them, dude. They're a bot. All right. Dude, you ready? Let's go. Dude, it's time for a little deja vu. Thank you, guys, for hanging out. Dude, we had quite a night. Thank you for everyone. Like fucking going on all those tangents. Okay, we're going to cover a lot of this, but I'm going to go make some videos. And dude, like I said, Jenny is working hard to unveil all these Epstein documents. And so we're going to get this shit. Time to stretch, time to dance. And we love you. And if you can see your name on screen, you are not shadow banned. That's how you know, right? You see your shit on this little window up here. When you see your thing up there, that's how you know. I mean, if you're up there, though, like, that doesn't mean I fucking... Like, I don't interact with everybody, right? I tried to, but, you know, we can't get them all. We can't, dude. Stay safe. Stay strong. All right? Dude, we're going to win this shit. We did, dude. We did. We're growing. We're going to look at a lot of this. Dude, Trump is going down. I don't care, man. I know people say, oh, he's not, whatever. Dude, he's going down. Dude, they're all going down, bro. They're all going down, right? I want to finish on that Adam Cochran tweet, okay? Let me find it. This one, we're going to finish where we started. Right? And it is this tweet right here. If you draw the names of 1 million Americans randomly out of a hat, The odds of one of that 1 million being mentioned in the Epstein files is 0.299%. Okay, a statistical probability, right? But how many members of Trump's inner circle and admin appear in there? 37. So like, right, one out of a million is a 0.3% chance. 1 out of a million would appear in there, but Trump, like literally half of his inner circle and administration is in there, 50%, right? That is not normal, guys. That is a sign, okay? That's a fucking sign, bro, okay? And it's cabinet members, it's his wife, his girlfriends, his business partners, it's his fucking junior cabinet members, it is his lawyers, his fucking, right? It is everybody in Trump world, okay? Everybody, dude. And fuck them. We're gonna fucking bring this shit down. That ain't natural, guys. That ain't natural. That ain't normal. Fuck, bro. Oh my God, dude. So stiff. Like, yeah. I am so stiff, guys. Right? Dude, you ready? Let's go, dude. Limber up. Take some fish oil. Dude, I ingest fish oil a lot from salmon skins. I get a significant amount of fish oil, right? It's just a sedentary lifestyle. So I'm always going from, I spend a lot of time fucking, and I do, though, I see a body worker every week. I get a 2-hour massage every week. So I don't know. I think as a political guy, you take in a lot. And then I'm always sitting. So I'm in a constant fucking never getting enough sleep. I need to get more sleep. Dude, fish oil? Dude, let's go. Castor oil, no thanks. Or maybe I'll fucking take some fish oil. I just started taking magnesium. Dude, that shit was fucking pretty good. So anyway, just so you know, guys, so just so you know about the Biden DOJ, guys, you have to understand, and I say this for shitters online all the time, Biden DOJ could not do anything with these files, okay? Biden DOJ criminally charged Ghislaine Maxwell. They obtained a conviction, right? Maureen Comey and friends. They convicted her. They got a 20-year sentence. And then immediately Ghislaine appealed, and then all of everything related to the Epstein files got put on ice, okay? It got put in a fucking cabinet where nobody could touch it. Illegal, out of bounds. All the grand jury testimony was frozen. Everything related to this case could not be a word muttered, or Ghislaine Maxwell would have overturned her fucking shit in 2 seconds. And it was illegal for that to happen. Now, it would have remained illegal for them to be released under the Trump administration too, guys. Trump could not have released this. Nobody could have released this shit, okay? You know what I'm saying? And even if they leaked it for election purposes, she would get off. If that leak happened, she would get off. It wouldn't matter if it was a leak or if they did it on purpose. If any of that shit got out, Ghislaine Maxwell would have gotten free in 2 seconds. So that shit was locked down. Now, guys, this shit would have remained locked down. Like, we would have none of this even under Trump. The only reason it is coming up under Trump was because of that July memo, okay, that unsigned memo from Pam Bondi's office that said, you know what, guys? We've done our investigation. There is nothing further to be found from this case. Okay, we are closing it. Bondi closed the case officially. The investigation is over. The case is closed. This is no longer an active investigation we are putting, right? That memo is the only reason we're able to fucking look at this shit. Okay, the minute she did that, I don't know why she did that. I don't know what the fuck they were doing. I will never in a million years understand how that was like the stupidest thing possible. But I mean, it's entirely possible that they're just fucking dumb. I mean, when you look at shit, if there's a couple tweets on my timeline of the way like they fucked up Luigi Mangione, right? They fucked up Luigi because they went for the death penalty. And so now the murder got taken off. Like, they're so dumb. They're incompetent. They're only loyal. And so in their quest to get a death penalty of Luigi, they fucked up. Now he's probably going to be out in 12 years because they're so bad at lawyering, dude. Dude, they can't even charge him for a long murder rap now. They had to drop the murder charge, and now they're charging him with stalking. He's going to be out in 12 years, guys. Maybe even sooner. dude, because they're idiots. Yeah, they're morons. Laney's right. Oh, all right, you ready? You guys ready? Let's fucking go, baby. All right. Let me get the mood set. But again, though, I'm going to say this, though. I want to say one thing. And I don't know about Joe Biden himself, but I will say this. I will say that it is possible, though, guys, and not even possible, it is likely that many of the old school politicians, okay, guys that are 50, 60, 70 years old, none of them really want this shit to come out. Even if it would destroy Trump, because they know it's going to destroy a whole bunch of other people. They know it's going to destroy the fabric of the way they have kept power for generations. So I think a lot of this is like they don't want the world to change, because when this shit comes out, the world is going to fucking change. And there's going to be no turning back. And yeah, fuck them. Fuck them. Okay? And now we're going to dance, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Dude, it's men in power. We need all men out of power. Right? That's what we really need, guys. Men out of power. Right? All right, you ready? Let's dance, baby. Thank you guys for a great stream. We appreciate it. It's been amazing. Thank you, YouTube, for being a great host. We love you, boss. Thank you for letting us explore these really important topics. Big shout out to the YouTube, and big shout out to Stephen Carlin, a little deja vu. Oh!
Been here before, yeah, I do
Let's go. Holy shit. Dude, that was winded, baby. Working out the demons through dance. Let's go. Dude, thank you guys. I appreciate you. Thank you for all the fucking support. Being here night after night as we explore this politics, as we dig in. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. And all those tangents about life. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. All right, guys, I love you. Thank you. I will see you tomorrow. Good night.
Hey, I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't want to hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. It's about you. I would never